Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
It's 7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Timothy, Michael, McKernan, Douglas, Sullivan, Vaughn, Martin, Patrick, Joseph. The fact that I went Patrick, is that...
My brother's name is Patrick, yeah.
Anti-Irish, though, to assume that it's Patty, you know what I mean?
That is stereotyping,
yeah,
and I'm here for it.
That's Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt wants to take your phone calls because on Friday, Doug, it's always phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. What?
Okay.
314-974-0101. Load up those phone lines.
We had a live kidnapping on Thursday.
Yeah, we did. Dan Jansen got me.
Did you get into your car and look over your shoulder yesterday, Tim?
Yeah. Is Dan here? And what a wonderful Stiefel dossier. Alec Burleson, who was going to join us yesterday, had to reschedule because of the doubleheader. He is going to join us coming up at approximately 9:30. And a friend of the program, Joey Vitale, will join us and wander through his mind.
Huh. Okay.
And Jackson, what time will that be?
No idea. I texted Joey and didn't hear back.
Oh, wow. Maybe.
Full transparency. I mean,
Well, it's honesty in media.
It is honesty in media. I text. He could be doing it. It's the off season. We didn't have him on last week because we were at the Dotem, and
Maybe he was offended he didn't get invited.
That might be it. That might be it. I saw him on Saturday.
Yeah, maybe the 1 week lapse, and it's like just not in his mind. Which again, I totally would get.
I'm gonna text him right now.
Good. But yeah,
He's up. He's been up for 3 hours baking bread. Is that stereotypical? He told me he bakes bread, but is it stereotypical?
Not if he told you he bakes bread.
You coming on the show today, jackass. Okay.
Nice. You got to get that out.
That's how we get these guys.
He's got a lot of things.
Absolutely.
He might not have seen my text. It's all good.
All right.
Have you guys ever, even once in your life, baked bread?
I have not.
I haven't either.
Maybe in like some food class. In high school.
Yeah, food classes in Horton Watkins?
Yeah, for
Right
sure.
on.
Middle school, too.
Middle school, you're baking bread.
That's
in
where we do
school?
live in, Doug. We just can't relate.
Yeah, I
It was
guess.
like,
You already had all the other subjects down pat. I
right.
guess.
that's right.
Managing your trust fund.
Yeah.
Did you have a class on how to properly use valet? Was that a class you took?
That's right. How much to tip?
I guess once you get down the part where you manage your trust fund, you don't really need anything else, do you?
No, you're pretty good at that point. I mean, you got to work on your shots within 100 yards.
Yeah, at that point, you start working on your soft skills.
I see, like baking bread.
Baking bread, leaving voicemails,
Okay.
Leaving voicemails as
Yeah.
a class.
Yeah.
I can't relate
Portuguese.
to these. Portuguese. You start to take on Portuguese
Yeah.
from travels to Brazil.
You know, you really tune up the some of the more finer mechanisms.
Okay.
Joey will probably text back now. He's definitely up, and he for sure listens to the show. Him and thousands of women listen every day. That's from Marsh's Burner.
Thousands?
That's what Marsh's Burner, he has the research.
Okay.
And he is sharing it with us in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Doug, there are texts and Michelob Ultra YouTube posts talking about the Cardinals losing yet another series, and they want your opinion on the Cardinals losing yet another series. This is back-to-back series losses, and that is a little bit concerning. The number trailing those Chicago Cubs, 5, and only a half game up on those hard-charging Milwaukee Brewers.
I felt like these Royal games were really important because of what's coming up next. You got 3 with the Dodgers, 3 with Toronto, 4 with Milwaukee. Toronto's won like 8 out of 10. Milwaukee's won 9 out of 10. This could be the toughest week and a half stretch that they've seen so far. And if they don't come out of it okay, they could find themselves 8 or 9 games out of first place here in another week. So they really needed those Kansas City games. Got one of them. It's not enough. So, yeah.
You're done with this club?
I'm not done. I'm saying this is kind of it's for being early in the season still. I think this is kind of a critical stretch of games here.
Palante got hammered the other night. Liberatore was bad. There it is. 2 starting pitchers giving up 7 runs. They did come back both games yesterday. They do have the ability to come back. You're down 5-1. Tied that game, the nightcap. Doug, they call it the nightcap when they play
I know.
2.
Like
Nightcap.
like a nice nightcap. That can be a Scotch, a port, Hennessy, VSOP, of course. It can be a hat that you wear to bed.
Do a lot of people wear hats to bed?
Yeah, I think
Nightcap.
about 14% of the population, general population, and then in Huntley it's 80%. So there's a big discrepancy between Huntley and the general population and a number of things, but nightcap use is one of the higher ones.
And they're long hats, too. It's not just a stocking cap. It's really long with a point and a fuzzy ball at the
Like
end.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Yeah.
I think it had to do with the outhouse issue. Like
So you had to have a cap
if you're
to go
going
outside.
to relieve yourself, your prostate's a harsh mistress, and you go, I got to go out to the outhouse. I best wear my nightcap.
I thought it was more because it was hard to keep homes warm at night, so they probably dressed up pretty well when they went to bed.
Why do you hate outhouses?
I don't hate outhouses, but in the dead of winter, they would go inside still. They had a name for it. I'm not sure I can say it.
Let me ask you a question about 18th century coitus. When people were engaging in 18th century coitus, do you think they removed the nightcap?
Depends on the time of day and the weather.
Yeah, afternoon delight, no nightcap.
If it wasn't cold, they probably didn't wear the nightcaps.
But I mean, that'd be kind of a kink.
Well, I kink shame, and I would tell you take the hat off.
So if you were with a gentleman from the 18th century
gentleman?
and he was wearing a nightcap, you'd say, "Hey, buddy, take off the
No.
nightcap."
There wouldn't be a gentleman involved.
What if it was an
Doug,
early?
you're so freaking old.
It was an early form of lingerie. That cap.
Yeah, exactly. See, Martin's on it. You're kink shaming. Not cool.
Okay.
You can chastise Doug for his kink shaming by texting in 314-399-9646. Also, any other thoughts on nightcaps? We're welcoming those by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101.
Tim, are you taking anecdotes?
I am taking anecdotes and questions. Doug is not taking either.
Okay, so when you guys talk about shows you like or podcasts, I always write things down. I really do
Because
scribble.
the recommendation on the Osama bin Laden Netflix,
Yes.
that got to you and Kim, and now you are watching Your Friends and Neighbors with friend of the program, John Hamm.
But you gentlemen often talk about your QFTA. You and Jackson will do these 2-hour.
I saw that you deep teased in our show chat last night that you have a QFTA. Are you unhappy with Jackson's spelling of hi-ho silver?
So you talked about it yesterday, and I wrote down, check out QFTA. So
Everyone will tell you we have to get better at teasing.
It worked. I was running home at about 6:30 last night, and I thought, you know what? I'll check out the QFTA the fellas are always talking about. So, Doug, I'm playing the show.
Hi-ho silver.
Hi-ho.
I'm riding my Sibian is the title of this week's episode.
And as I'm riding home, I ordered some food from the Village Bar.
Oh, nicely done. Did you go burger?
Oh, yeah. Family's big on the burger. Got to get wings, got to get waffle fries. So I was grabbing it to go. So I'm playing your stupid QFTA thing.
Oh,
no
Doug,
offense.
did you hear that?
No offense.
It's stupid.
Taking it in. And then I have this habit of playing audio out loud. I'll just put it in my phone. I'm walking around the house, and the kids are like, "What are you listening to? I don't want to hear your music." So I get out of the car, and just as I'm getting out, and there's people walking. It was packed house at the Village. And Tim is saying something about, "Oh, they're banging like jackrabbits."
Oh, no.
And I kind of fumble looking
Wonderful
for my
analogy,
phone.
it sounds like to me. That's great broadcasting.
And then he says it a second time. They're banging like jackrabbits.
Oh, you never know when people are under overpass.
And people started looking over. I mean, I was like trying to find where I put my phone. And that was as far as I got. I didn't have a chance to get back to it, but I will. I'm making a note today to finish. I only made it about, 10, 15 minutes.
Well, good news for you. There's still 90 minutes left. Jackson, what were we talking about when we were talking about banging like jackrabbits?
Oh, that's like finding a needle in a haystack to say what were you talking about on
Yeah, we
QFTA
just
at a
did the
given time.
podcast 2 days ago, and I have no idea what we were talking about. It could have been
But
anything.
I was enjoying the banter with you, too. And then when they were banging like jackrabbits, and people at the Villages, why am I blaring that out of my pocket?
Now people think that sports guy from Channel 2 is a porn hound.
Yes.
It's an isopod. It's when you listen, it's just you. You know?
Isopod.
I like that. It's an isopod. Are there podcasts that you should listen to with groups?
I think there are podcasts that are much more palatable with groups.
Nice.
But
Palatable.
I don't know if any of them are preferred with groups. But QFTA is an isopod.
I'll
Isopod.
listen to anything. You mentioned Van Pelt. He's on the. I've not listened.
Oh, I love that
I
podcast.
will, but
That's
I got into the
that's my
curbside.
go-to.
Because you would talk about curbside.
I
so
love the
started
Curbside podcast.
Listening, I'll listen to Rogan, but then I can't make it 4 hours. I just can't. I used to listen
Those
to Rush
episodes really do
Limbaugh.
go 4 hours?
I think. What's it? Chairman, what is the longest Rogan?
Oh, Chairman, you're a Joe Rogan guy?
No,
Yeah.
I'm just.
I listen pretty religiously. I would say he's probably done a couple here and there that'll go 4 hours, but I would say
How do you have time to listen to that?
2.5 to 3 is the norm for a Joe Rogan experience.
Bill Murray got up twice to go to the bathroom.
Even that, how do you have time? 2.5 to 3 hours? Are you doing other things at the time or just sitting in front of the
You're talking about
hearth?
me listening or him doing it?
you listening.
It's usually bedtime listening for me. I fall asleep to the subtle sounds of Joe Rogan.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Huh.
And I don't make it very far, but I'll pick it up the next morning and
Okay.
got to finish.
All right.
Is it an isopod?
Yeah, that's typically an isopod of mine. I actually listened to QFTDA the other day with my mom and dad. They were listening as
See,
well.
it's not an isopod.
Wow.
It's for parents to gather with their children around the hearth and enjoy the wonderful conversation.
My mom really likes Tim.
Is that right, really?
Nope. There you go, Doug.
She heard the part about the jackrabbits?
They didn't react to it. They might have heard it, but
Well, they're grown-ups. It's fine. It's all good. I enjoyed listening to the fellas, you know.
Yeah, I think the focal point of the first half hour or so was compliments towards little Jackie Papers here, your cohort in the Alliance.
You
Martin.
were explaining, the backstory, how he got on board.
Yes.
Gangster Pete told him
what's the thing that Gangster Pete told you? Because these are words that Jackson still lives by 5 years later, Martin.
Don't allow the opinion of others to matter because they don't know you.
Essentially, yeah. If someone doesn't know you, don't let their opinion of you affect you one way or another.
Because Jackson's observation on this program, Martin, he uses the term parasocial, that oft times, and Doug, you notice I saved the syllable on often.
I know.
Oft times, listeners can think they know you because they listen to you on a radio show or a podcast. And so Gangster Pete, first day, pulled little Jackie Papers aside and gave him those words to live by. And here he is 5 years later, living by those wonderful words.
Yep. Yeah. Shout out to Gangster Pete. Very wise. But yeah, just understanding that and staying in a positive mindset always helps.
Thanks, buddy.
You bet. Thanks for listening, Martin.
Well, Hi-Ho Silver, it's my Sibian. That's the kind of title that's going to rope you in.
Oh.
And if you have a display in your car, it looks great when you're driving the family around. You can call in with your compliments on QFTA 314-974-0101. That's the Tim McKernan Show podcast, which I believe is on the TMA podcast feed, if I'm not mistaken. Correct? Along with the Spread Zone.
It's on what? Sorry.
You zoned out for a second.
No, I was doing something over
I know, sorry.
Hey, I hear something.
Chairman's playing a non-isopod.
That's the beginning pod. It's a separate feed, but it's all available on the TMA STL or 101 ESPN
Along
app.
with the Spread Zone.
Yes.
And on the Spread Zone, Riz, Papers, and myself all picked the Thunder to win in either a sweep or a gentleman's sweep. I think Riz took him in a sweep.
He did.
But that Anthony Stalter of the Fast Lane, and for the record, we are an intense radio war with the Fast Lane and the Riz Show for that matter. Anthony Stalter said he likes the Pacers. He picked them to win, and they're like plus 550 or something like that. Jackie Papers, the Pacers go into Oklahoma City. How do you do?
Wow. Yeah. That's the Pacer way. Every single series they've had this
Stolen
playoffs,
game.
they have, I took a screenshot. Someone posted a great screenshot of like 4 different games where they're down 7-8 points with 37,
They got
50
down
seconds
15
left.
in the fourth quarter last night.
Yeah.
I moved on.
Oh, I know. It's that Oklahoma City was perpetually up 11. It seemed like, but could not pull away. They forced 19 first-half turnovers, and they were only up 12. I mean, that's ridiculous. The Pacers don't turn the ball over. So when you force that and you're not up 20, it's crazy. And then the Pacers do what they do. They don't miss threes in the fourth quarter and make the comeback. Halliburton had been playing bad all game, but real winners come up when the lights shine the brightest, and boy, howdy did he ever.
He's done it in every series.
Wow.
Every single series.
Unbelievable.
And game 1 against the Knicks, this was like a perfect,
Even that when he got mocked because he thought he had hit the game winner, they had to go to overtime.
Right.
He thought he had dunked on the Knicks. And
But
they
still,
won the
he
game.
doesn't hit that shot. They even go to OT.
Right.
And that whole series might have been different had the Knicks won game 1. So to go and steal a win from an 80 win now, including playoffs, Oklahoma City Thunder team is huge. That changes the complexion of the series. How can it not?
I love the fact he got voted, most overrated by other players in the league. Mm-hmm. And he's gone out and silenced them. And instead of like a typical 2025 sports war, which would just be words. So-and-so swiped at so-and-so. Somebody took a shot at so-and-so at the podium. It's all verbal battles. I love the fact he's just backing it up with his play.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what makes it both like cool and kind of odd about basketball. Had he not made that shot, the discussion would be like Halliburton needs to step up for the remainder of the series if they're going to have any chance. But he hits that shot, and he's the hero. It's just how quickly it all changes.
Jackie Papers is, whereas Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies is the 9 o'clock hour sponsor and a financial advisor for many of the TMA listeners. I blindly follow Jackson Burkett's financial advice when it comes to basketball wagering. How can you not? The man went 14-2 on the Spread Zone during the NCAA tournament. And Jackson, according to what I have here, looking at my account with my high school bookie, your plays went 2-2 last night?
Yes.
So, Doug, that's not bad. He had, let's see, what did I have? Rebounds for Jalen Williams, over 7 That did not cover.
I had it at 5.5.
Okay, well, either way. I don't know if he got. Did he get there?
No, he had 4.
Okay. Tyrese Halliburton under 17.5, so he did have the game-winning shot.
That was his 14th point.
But it was
of the
his
game.
14th point. Isaiah Hartenstein over 7.5 points. That got home. And then the Thunder minus 10. That, of course, did not hit. But they certainly were trending, and the Pacers led for 0.3 of a second, Doug, and that was good enough to win the game and lead the series.
It's crazy. They literally led for 0.3 of a second.
Well, that's all you have to lead by.
It's true. Hey, you're absolutely right. It was just so odd. The Pacers also out-rebounded the Thunder by a margin of 17. That can't happen again if you're Oklahoma City. They went with a 1 big instead of 2 big, which they had all year, but credit to the Pacers, man. This is Rick Carlisle. This is like, to come from behind this often that's not a bug, that's a feature.
It's
And
amazing
really
how many
impressive.
times that happens just in the league in general. Teams down 15, sometimes 20 points or more, still able to come back.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks.
usually the pivotal moment in a basketball game, because either at that point it's going to get away to the point that you can't come back usually, or that's when the team will mount its Sunday charge. And to their credit, they did. Yet, despite leading 1-0, the Thunder are still heavy favorites. Minus 330 to win the series, even though they trail and will have to win at least one in Indianapolis. And, of course, 4 of 6 games. The Pacers, if you like them to continue this, you're going to get more than 2.5 to 1 on your money. They are plus 265 to win the series, even though they lead it 1-0 and now have home court advantage.
Yeah, I'm still very confident the Thunder are going to
You think the Thunder are going to rattle off 4 in a row and have the old gentleman's sweep?
Yeah, maybe not 4 in a row, because I kind of thought if it was going to be a gentleman's sweep, it would be one in Indianapolis that they would lose. But I still think that the Thunder will be raising the Larry O'Brien Trophy later this month.
Quit talking NBA! No one cares! That was said with caps and 5 exclamation points.
This is a
That's
sports
evil,
station,
Calvin.
and this is by far the biggest sports story in the world.
You don't
right
want to
now.
hear from that.
Like, by far, well, at least in America, it's by far the biggest sports story in America.
Yeah, but why would we talk about it?
Of course, yeah, silly.
You're
Don't let it
visibly
bother you.
upset.
Do I seem bothered?
Yes.
Do I look nervous?
You do.
I look
Seem
nervous.
bothered.
Jackson will also give his thoughts on the Blues offseason, Evil Calvin, so you can stick around for that. You can also call in 314-974-0101. Those are the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you got the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. So many different ways to get involved with this program, and one of those is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And here we are entering the 5th day of the first week of the month of June, and we have a diversified leaderboard at this moment for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day standings. Email of the day AI, goodorbad.com, Street Team, Beef Mayo, and Buck Swope, all with wins. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and compete. Design Air is the sponsor. Online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. You can become a client as well by going to designairservice.com and working with Seth Goldcamp and his team. Seth is the 4th generation owner and operator of Design Air Heating and Cooling, and also the longest running sponsor on this show. He has been the email sponsor going back for about half the show now. He's been a part of it for a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. No upselling. They fix it. They move on. That's how they earn your trust and earn your business in the long term. DesignairService.com. Alec Burleson coming up. Joey Vitale coming up. It's all coming up on the Stiefel dossier here on TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I mean, Doug, is this appropriate to play coming off 2 series losses?
I don't know. I don't worry so much about the series. I worry about the loss last night.
According to the Stiefel dossier, the Cardinals series wins record, a.k.a. real record, that's what the Stiefel dossier says, is the Cardinals are now 11-8-1.
No, I wish they were 11-8-1. They're 34-28. That's all that matters. Only thing that matters. 34 wins, 28.
Jackson,
Doesn't matter who they got them against. Doesn't matter who they won against, who they lost against.
I put it in the dossier. Cardinals split the twin bill, but lose the series, so that first win feels kind of useless.
It doesn't at all. The first win is huge.
That was a fun game.
Which one?
First one.
Yeah.
Second game
Contreras, how do you do?
Yeah. Second game was on the secondary screen during the finals, and honestly,
Secondary screen. Now
This
that's
guy's
a
got
Ledoux
multiple
thing.
screens. Thank you, Doug.
Gosh.
yep.
See, I picked up on that being a South County guy.
I'm a gentleman who can frankly afford 78 combined inches of television. 78 combined
Stop
inches.
it.
Put it in the show notes, Chairman. 78 combined inches.
This guy.
Yeah.
How about Wilson
time to break
Contreras?
up the alliance right
Dunking
there.
on us.
We probably can't play the audio of Wilson Contreras with the
That
cat.
was outstanding. Also in the
Yeah.
TMA group chat.
I have the clean version.
You do?
Well, not they like.
Did you text with the cat about that?
I did not.
I would love to hear his reaction. He just kind of sent it back to the booth.
Well, my colleague Kevin Ryans was down there, and I think he talked to the cat after. So Wilson Contreras on the field, and they also broadcast that throughout the stadium. And he dropped an F-bomb and an S-bomb, pretty rapid fire. And I think the cat was saying to Kevin that the rule is when that happens, you wrap it up.
Yeah, you got to.
And if it's their first answer, you wrap it up. If it's their third answer, you wrap it up. And I don't think Contreras even realized there was anything wrong with it. It's like he was just like in the locker talking in his mind, locker room, clubhouse, dressing room, and he just dropped it like it was normal conversation. Like we were sitting here talking off air.
Yeah. And you interview guys all the time in their locker, like in the scrum in the clubhouse. Would that be much more likely for them to let something like that fly?
Even then, it doesn't happen that
No,
often.
it doesn't happen. I think the raw emotion on the field. I'm saying like in the locker room talking to the teammates.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like, wow, we really just beat those guys. Wow,
It was awesome. Like it wasn't just a rogue S word or something like that.
It had meaning too.
It did. It was great. Take a listen if you would.
I don't have that clip. I didn't know if that was okay, but that wasn't
I
what
thought
went
you
out on the
did-
TV,
no,
so I
you're
didn't
fine.
know if that was okay.
You're fine. I thought you said you had a clean
I have
version.
the version that they broadcasted, but that part wasn't in it.
Somebody see my nurse?
On Twitter, they put out a video of Cat being
So they
Cat
eliminated
interviewing
that
Wilson,
portion.
So that part was not in there
Okay.
at all.
But what about the clip that Martin sent to us?
I have that, but I didn't
But
know
that
if that
needs
was
some
okay to
cleaning.
play on. I thought that might
I
have
thought you
been.
just beep it.
I thought that was a solo clip, an ISO clip. I can bleep, but I didn't know.
Doug looks confused.
I don't know what's going on here.
All right, can I start from the beginning, please?
Yeah, okay, but when you said I have the clean version, I think we all assumed you beeped out the bad
All right,
word.
That's where I was, Martin.
Can I explain? When it got sent to us, I did not know that was okay to play because it didn't go out on air, so I didn't pull it. What I
did
do
go out on
have
air.
is the clean version, meaning the part that they played on fan.
How'd you get the audio, Martin? Was just
But it
that was
did
right.
go out on the air.
Okay, it didn't go out on Twitter. And
Right,
That's where
so
I
what
accessed the
happened-
audio.
I'm sure they cleaned it up when they later posted it.
You know what I'll do? I'll pull the audio you sent me in the break, and we'll have that.
Right, which is what aired on television. And then
Okay.
later, social media is probably
I was
like, hey,
not
we
aware.
better not post that.
I was not aware.
I would
That's
look
what
at the
I'm
text inbox for the next 10 minutes. I'm not happy.
Oh, okay.
But the main point is Contreras is a fiery guy. He's a fun guy. And he wasn't saying it to be cool or tough. He was just talking.
Yes.
And he was kind of saying, I don't care if we play good teams or S teams. We will come in and bleep you.
And F them.
And
I'm just like, that's outstanding. That's a T-shirt. If the Cardinals take that from this show and then start marketing it, they really have turned a corner and bring back the Navy hats on the road.
This slogan wars that's going on.
Could this have been handled off the air in the 5-minute break 5 minutes ago? Bobby Big Wheels has had
Come
enough.
on, Wheels.
He has had enough.
I don't know what to say. I'll pull
It's
it in the
fine.
break.
We'll move forward.
No, I'm going to pull in the break. We're playing this audio. hell or high water.
Oh, no.
Playing this damn audio.
Just play it and be ready with the beep.
Just drop it live.
Play it and be ready live.
Drop it live.
Don't be nervous. Be ready because they're rapid
Kwame
fire.
Voyoukas, the fourth, who's usually sideways with Martin, is just sideways with the Alliance now. Jackson is floundering this morning, and thanks for the Thunder minus 9.5 pick yesterday, too. That's Kwame Voyoukas, the fourth. He loves the Billikens.
Gosh.
I'll tell you there. I'll pull in the break.
It's fine.
Here, Chairman, I'll email it to
It's calm
myself.
down. It's
No,
okay.
no.
You're rattled.
No,
Don't
we're
be
doing
rattled.
this.
Okay, I know, but just calm
We're doing
down.
this.
Just,
Can I email it to myself and then you pull it with the bleeps?
I would love to.
Thank you, brother. I very much appreciate you.
okay.
Handled the audio.
And it's going to end up being audio that's really not that enjoyable because we have to beep it out. But at this point, I think we owe it to the audience to get this done in the next, 4 or 5 hours.
Feels like we should be spending more time with audio and less time with our 78 inches worth of screen.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not gonna say it. No, I'm not going to say it. I could say
That
it.
landed a little uppercut.
So the other related slogan wars, because this whole Youngry thing, Mitch Harris is the former Cardinal who was
Guest on the Fast Lane yesterday.
He was he left the 2 Fox and he said, "Do you know where 101 ESPN is?" I said, "I happen to know where that is," because he taped a TV segment for us last night. Then he came over here to the Fast Lane. Was in the Naval Academy, made it to the Cardinals. He's written a book. And one of the final questions was, "Are you following the current team?" And he said, "Oh, yeah, it's great. They're an exciting team." He goes, what is it we call it around here? Youngry? And I thought, oh really? No. Mitch Harris down in Atlanta has been hit with the Youngry bug as well.
Doug.
It's a thing. Although VS2 has cooled off a little bit. Got to get that bat going.
You're talking about his performance. He hasn't cooled off on Youngry, although you kind of get the sense
I'm
he has a
saying
little...
he was 1 for his last 24 at one point last night.
I
So we
think
got to
it's
get
25
Youngry
at the
going.
end of it,
It wasn't. Contreras says we can F everybody. It's so good.
Gosh.
But he's not. If you look at his face, and maybe some of it is language barrier. He's been here a long time, but he's from Venezuela, and maybe some of it just not sure how that came off, how it was intended. But he's a fiery guy. Didn't Jesse Rogers write in recent years? And he's covered the Cubs for a long time and writes at ESPN.com. He was looking back, and Contreras, didn't he say he played a lot of loud music, like kind of the old boombox thing? And there was, he's a character. I love that guy. He is fun to talk to. In fact,
What's
Where are you
going on?
going? Martin's leaving.
no, in fact,
He's reaching into his
Willie
bag.
got some chips out that we were Polo, Willie, and I taste tested these on TV the other night. Wilson Contreras hot honey barbecue chip.
Jackson, is this Yola?
Yeah, there you go. I'm pro F-bomb with the cat on the postgame show blaring across Busch Stadium. Because the Cardinals for years have been kind of the khaki and loafer operation. This is good for them. This will pack the house.
The barbecue chips.
Chips and F-bombs.
And the first baseman /DH /catcher /left fielder.
Yeah, he's a delight.
Saying we will
F them.
everybody.
And now go try my chips, kids.
Youngry was cool when Tim started saying it's getting too beefy now. Next, that's from Rusty Pecker.
Come on, Rusty. How many other players are really young? I guess Scott and Wynn.
Vic Scott's about 24, maybe. But we'll talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah, Nootbaar's not really young anymore. I get by baseball standard. He's 27. There's only a couple of them that are really young. Herrera, how old is this?
But everybody's hungry.
Yeah. Herrera's 25.
The Cardinals will be trying to stop this series losing streak at 2 when they go up against the Dodgers. You're going to get Sonny Gray tonight, Doug, so that'll be good based on the way he pitched last time out. And he's going to be going up against a AAA call-up for the Dodgers. Do you pronounce it Justin Robleski?
I always have, yeah.
And he's had one bad start, and he had one good start against the Oakland Las Vegas A's of Sacramento. So he is going to get his third Major League start tonight, and then they will be dealing with Yamamoto and Dusty May in the final 2 games. It'll be Gray and Fetty for the Cardinals. The concern, if you wanted to isolate it, I think, with regard to the Cardinals in the skid here, if you want to call it that, and losing 4 of 6, would be some of the pitching that had been so good is starting to show some problems. The one that I think was the biggest surprise to date, Matthew Liberatore now, not only 2 rough starts in a row, but leaving the game last night. That, to me, was the headline.
But they said he was fine, right?
Yeah, but it's
just a little off.
The velocity was down. The movement was down. He also got a borderline call that went against him, and he kind of went Jaime Garcia afterwards and lost it. You know,
he didn't. When they took him out, he didn't go right to the training room, which I thought was a good sign. You would have thought if he was hurt, he wouldn't have lingered there in the dugout like he did. So maybe it's just a rut he's going through. They better hope.
Here is Ali Marmol on Matthew Liberatore following the game.
He doesn't have his main stuff. A little easier to hit, but with the doubleheader, you try to stick with them as long as possible, especially if nothing's wrong. It's just not coming out the way he wanted to. It's basically the way he described it, so we'll let him come in tomorrow and have a much better idea as to where we are.
Base hit.
Base knock. Yeah, right up the middle. Nice shot.
Right.
You got it,
Yep, it's good to go.
Right.
We've got the sound
Here's
now.
Wilson Contreras
Okay.
saying that this team can F everybody.
Oh,
And I think they're going to face like a good team or nice team or team, and I think we're a good team and we can everybody and
gosh.
whoever wanna comes here and try to win us they're gonna have a hard time.
Keep it going. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you. All right.
There's the cat's the ultimate pro.
Before the FCC shuts us down, thanks for the chat.
Thanks for the chat.
Thank you, Chairman.
And I think Chip Carey said, well, that's about all you can say or something. Like, just kind of move on.
I haven't heard somebody say that in downtown St. Louis since walking behind some of the Rams entering Harry's on a Friday night in 2006.
And they were
was.
saying they
Years,
could
Tim.
bleep anybody.
And we can everybody and
Gosh.
Doug, you talked over my closing sound effect on there.
I was going to inquire, what was that sounder?
Is that Dutch Reddard?
That was after the base hit?
I didn't include the bit. That's Jackson's thing.
Oh. Well, play it again. Let me
He
hear
has his own brand.
Sounds like Dutch
Okay.
Reddard.
Yeah. Okay.
You're welcome.
Everyone's got their own little flair now when they cut audio.
Appreciate you, Chairman.
Okay.
Matthew Liberatore's ERA 2 starts ago. Prior to the start in Texas, his ERA was 2.73. He's now at 3.82. A couple of rough starts back to back. Doug, 11 earned runs in his last 2 starts.
Yeah, that's not good.
Maybe a little fatigue, although it's only June. Michael McGreevy on deck.
Yeah, I'm going to get to see McGreevy.
They're saying it's a 6-man rotation. He'll probably pitch really well. And you know what that means, Doug? You have to ship him out. As soon as McGreevy pitches well, you tell him to pack his bags.
I would hope.
But maybe you don't have to go to 6. Maybe you can skip a start for Liberatore. I don't know.
A generation ago, they had 4-man rotations, and oftentimes the pitchers would throw a complete game. Now they have 6-man rotations, and they don't want them going more than 5 or 6 innings. And they still get hurt as often as they ever did.
This is a byproduct of the doubleheader. Although, yes, the 6-man rotation will pop up if a schedule is not conducive with off days. And the Cardinals not only have some challenging opposition here between now and a visit to the south side of Chicago on June 17th with the Dodgers, Blue Jays, and 4 at Milwaukee, they also will not get to enjoy off days. Hence, McGreevy getting an opportunity against the Dodgers. Gray, Fetty, McGreevy. Fight Cardinals, bounce back, win the series.
All right.
I was wondering how Sunday's not on ESPN. The Sunday Cards, Dodgers almost always feels like a Sunday night game. Do you guys know the answer? Hey, just go out on a limb.
Yankees, Red Sox.
Yankees, Red Sox.
Yeah.
There
I was
you go.
thinking either be Yankees, Red Sox, or the Dodgers have maxed out their appearances related.
I don't think the
Early
Yankees have played
June.
the Red Sox yet this year.
That's the thing about the Cardinals haven't played the Cubs yet this year.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're doing with playing all the teams in the American League now.
Yeah.
I saw that I don't know where I saw it, so this might have just been a guy in my TikTok algorithm. But little pushback on the interleague thing. I've always and listen, I recognize, just like my diluted postseason thing, I'm in the minority. But I enjoyed when it was all National League against all National League and all American League against all American League. Because then I thought that added to the World Series. And you, of course, would see the teams from your division and compete. But that's when the division title had merit. Now you can win the division title and spend 24 hours in the playoffs and be gone after losing 2 games in a row. But it's because of the interleague play that the Cardinals have not faced the Cubs yet.
And it's been an unbelievable amount of American League opponents first half.
Yeah, I mean, they opened up the first 6 games of the season.
Twins and Angels. 9. Twins, Angels, and then Red Sox.
Oh, that's right. Then they went to Boston. Yeah, here in St. Louis. It was Twins and Angels, and then that trip to Boston.
Twins, Angels, Red Sox. Then they played the Astros. Then they played the Royals, the Tigers, the Orioles, the Rangers, the Royals, the Blue Jays. I mean, that's just a ton.
Mr. Bojangles says, Martin, you're not correct. The reason why the Cardinals and Dodgers is not on ESPN Sunday night is because the Battlehawks are in prime time and they don't want to go up against it. That's Mr. Bojangles.
It's a great point. It's a great point. Thank you for reminding the audience, because you can go to that Cardinal game, enjoy yourself, and get home. Or in Jackson's case, have all the TVs
7 inches worth.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to be doing there, Jackson?
5 o'clock Sunday night, Lee's Recipe, a vehicle of yours. Eat some chicken and watch Battlehawks play the DC Defenders. 5 o'clock Sunday night.
Basketball will be Saturday night.
Okay, so
basketball Sunday.
Basketball Sunday?
Yeah.
How do you not know that? They like to always have like 4 days in between.
That's great.
games.
All right.
Well, they don't want to play on Saturday.
Yeah,
night.
that makes sense.
So you got the Stanley Cup Game 2 tonight. Nobody's playing on Saturday, and then the NBA comes back on
Sunday, NHL Monday. Okay.
I did notice how they cut.
I'll be watching.
Notice how they cut to Shaq right away after.
I know.
Was that odd? Like the winning shot.
New teammate.
Was that by design? Like
he was courtside, so it wasn't like they had to pan up to the.
It was almost like he was the owner of the Pacers. It was random.
It did seem quick. They were quick to hit that button.
The Battlehawks draw more fans than the Cardinals do, LMAO. That's from the 870. 870, what do you think that is, Doug?
I don't know.
Want to take some guesses?
Yeah. 870.
I'd say like Central Ohio. I don't know.
You think it's Columbus?
Can we have a clue?
No. Columbus is 614.
Clue, please.
The state is south of us.
It's Louisiana.
That is a state south of us, but it's not the state.
So it must be Arkansas, the natural state?
Correct.
501 is the Little Rock area code. I was proud to have a Little Rock area code, Doug, in 1999 and 2000 when I spent 8 months at KTHV TV, the CBS affiliate, before we got a chance to work together.
Happiest 8 months of your life?
You know, it was different. It's a different time.
Okay.
Does this show, in addition to zip code shaming, and I'm still kind of new, do you guys also area code shame?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, there's a number of criticisms of 618 and 636 area codes that come through. 870 is a new one for us. Is that Northwest Arkansas?
That would be El Dorado, Mountain Home, Jonesboro, Pine Bluff, Monticello, Magnolia. It's described as northern, eastern, and southern Arkansas, which seems like it's covering a wide swath.
Everything but the Little Rock area almost.
Yeah,
and what was the number again?
870.
Okay.
Jonesboro's a dry county. Pony.
Yeah, that's the one right near the border of Missouri?
Arkansas State.
When I went to Table Rock, we played golf, and I think the course was technically in Arkansas, and we tried buying beer, and they're like, no dice. It is a dry county. It's like, oh, what are
you can't buy alcohol anywhere at any time?
Dry county.
Yeah, dry county. Now, you can bring it in from a wet county.
So you can drink it there.
They call them wet county.
You just can't buy it there?
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's the rules of a dry county. It's about the sale, not necessarily the consumption. But if I'm wrong, please. They'll probably only take so much.
Jackie, they'll probably let you know if you're wrong.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Good at that.
Yeah.
I was in Salt Lake City, and they said if you want to buy a beer, you have to buy some kind of waiver or buy
it
was like a $5 piece of paper you had to fill out, and I was like, I'll take a few of those papers. Let's just.
I think that's where's Jack Daniels made? What's that town in Tennessee? Lynchburg. I think that's a dry county, and you can't buy whiskey there. I think. Again, please be gentle. It's Friday. Have a heart.
Please be gentle.
Rest easy. Moore County, where Lynchburg is a dry county.
Nice, Jackson.
It's a big win.
Big win right right,
All right,
there. That is
safe.
Jackson Burkett with a big win.
Right after you said that, I zoomed in on Shaq. That was a game-winning bucket.
You are welcome to text in 314-399-9646 Air Comfort Service text line. Call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And you can participate with 179 friends who have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and they're talking it over. Bill Reloaded is in there, Doug?
Bill Reloaded is in there.
He's talking MD 2020, Jake and St. Genevieve. And Iggy is in there talking to the Bridgeton landfill fume for youtube.com/TMASTL. And on the Stiefel dossier, we know Alec Burleson's with us at 9:30. Joey Vitale, 8:15. Joey Vitale at 8:15. That is now officially locked in. And we'll find out if he was mad at us for not having him on last Friday. And that's why he wasn't getting back to Jackson. Did he get back to you, Jackson, or did he get back to Madden?
He got back to me.
Both. He said,
Yeah,
I said, what time? And he goes, Jackson told me, 8:15. So he holds you in high regard.
I hold Joey in about as high regard as you can hold somebody.
Wow.
I love that guy.
I consider you.
Who doesn't like that guy?
Maybe the people who live next door to his chickens.
Yeah. Neighbors. That might
Friends and neighbors.
That might be a fair response.
I said, you coming on the show, Jackass? He said, yes. And then I just trying to help the Alliance throw out a couple of ideas. And he said, Jackson said 8:15.
Yeah,
There,
God bless.
done.
There it is, 8:15,
Okay.
Joey Vitale. That's what's coming up. We do have Stanley Cup Final Game 2 tonight. And, Doug, really an unfortunate exchange that's leading to a So What'd Your Grandma Think coming up in the next segment. Yeah, somebody thought they were going to get cute, and old Bob wasn't having it.
Really?
We'll have that for you coming up. Joey Vitale, 8:15. Alec Burleson, 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. This program is called Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals split the doubleheader yesterday, winning the first game, losing the second game, meaning they lost the series to the Royals. Oof. Back in action tonight for the Redbirds, though, with a 7:15 first pitch against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Sonny Gray taking the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I could listen to that open all day.
It's such a glorious.
Congratulations.
That's the best one ever.
Martin, as you know, the barrier to entry to getting into sports media in 2025 has never been higher, unless you have a phone. And somebody got a credential to the Stanley Cup Finals and wanted to be cute with the affable Sergei Bobrovsky.
Yeah, this guy's Jesse Pollock. That was the name. Dude, Jesse Pollock.
And
Was he, do you know the affiliate or what?
I thought TSN.
And he's holding up a phone to a clearly not interested Sergei Bobrovsky, talking about a show that was super popular in Canada. And these gentlemen had a brief run with FS1 when FS1 launched. Doug, was that 2000?
Gosh, Tim, the years, I don't know them.
12, Martin? 13, 14? I think.
Because it was always Fox Sports Net.
And then it became FS1, and they had a show with Regis. But they also brought these guys in from Canada to kind of host their sports center, and it was Jay Orand and Dan O'Toole.
Yeah.
And they were trying to be the new
Keith
Olbermann and Patrick.
That's exactly right. It did not work out. But Jay is still doing the show. I guess their producer or intern.
He does Bar Down, the hockey. If you follow on Twitter, Bar Down on
Doug, do you listen
Twitter.
to Bar Down?
I don't listen to Bar Down.
He also does some work with TSN. He works with both.
Here is his interaction with the Panthers netminder.
Bob, Jesse Pollock, TSN. When you're TSN, you might think of a guy named Jay Onright. You know, that is Jay. The Jay Show says you're on the case. You know, that's. Got anything you want to say to him back home in Toronto?
I mean, what should I say? I don't know.
You're right. Okay, on another note, there are a lot of rats in the Stanley Cup Final Series. Who do you think is the biggest rat?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
No problem.
Well, I'm sorry. And we all make mistakes. But do you really think Sergei Bobrovsky is the guy to go and do that? That's in the hallway when you're like walking around, like Biz Nasty walks by like, hey, how are you? I'm a producer at TSN. We do this rapid fire. Do you got a second?
Yeah.
Not the goalie who gave up a goal in overtime to lose game one, who may be a funny, wacky guy. Didn't sound like it. Not the time, not the play. Like, isn't that just
training camp questions?
Painfully obvious.
It sounded like he just didn't know what he was being asked, really.
Yeah, I
think he was dumbfounded that he was being asked the question.
And then you follow up with another one, and again.
I mean, what should I say? I don't know.
You're right. Okay.
He's not being rude or nasty. He just doesn't get it.
Yeah, I feel bad.
I think a lot of people wouldn't get it.
Right. And I'm sure his want to try to get it is pretty low considering the circumstance.
Well, yeah, circumstance, not the time or place. Maybe ask the forward who's from Saskatchewan or Ontario. Hey, you know Jay's show? Oh, yeah, you grew up watching. Yeah, we do this little bit. Do you want to answer a couple questions? You can almost premise it. Hey, I know we're just doing this thing, just FYI. Oh, okay.
And talking about the rats, is he talking about how Florida throws rats on the ice? Are we going back to that?
Talking about the players that are just kind
Don't they call Marchand a rat?
That's usually done from opposing.
Right, but isn't it like, aren't they embracing? I thought they were like embrace. I don't know.
Well,
it's hockey.
the
What the
rat
hell do I know?
thing. Are you familiar with the rat situation down in Sunrise?
They throw rats on the ice.
Yes,
did in
because
96.
the building that they initially played in, the old John Van Beesbrook team, Martin, had so many rats in the building that they began to celebrate it by throwing rats on the ice, kind of like Red Wings fans.
Plastic rats
Yes.
they threw.
Yeah,
Yeah, not real rats.
The Red Wings were throwing the octopi for years.
Real octopus.
And then,
Yes.
so then the Florida Panthers fans started throwing plastic rats. to be
people
kind
would
of
bring in
funny.
octopus.
Yeah, real live octopus.
Ugh, imagine
Yes.
sitting next to that for 3 periods.
There was
Yes.
just one guy would do it before.
Oh,
the
okay.
game.
There wasn't like there was like an 8-year-old with an
has
octopus.
8 tentacles, and you used to need 8 wins to win the Stanley Cup. So that was the purpose of the octopus.
That's cool.
But
Those are the worst questions I've ever heard. That's from Sir Tripod. Apparently, this Jesse Pollock has upset Blues fans, and I didn't know that.
in the past?
Well, let's see. The number of texts coming in regarding Jesse Pollock, the gentleman answering the questions, or asking the questions, this guy is a YouTuber who tries to be funny. That's from the 636. And then some people are saying he's a big Winnipeg Jets fan. John Gruden's burner, Jesse Pollock is a Winnipeg Jets fanboy. He's a nobody special, I guess, or a Nobu special, Doug. Of course, Nobu with a secret menu that you're aware of.
Yeah.
His Twitter handle says Goofy Dude from TSN Sports. Bar down videos. Goofy Dude. Again, great. Probably really good at what he does. Maybe that's not the guy or the time or place to do the Goofy
Especially
Dude
with a
routine.
guy whose English is his second language.
That
He might
is.
not quite understand the nuance of the sentence that you're uttering to him.
He talked major smack during the Blues-Jets series. He's a douche. That's from John Gruden's burner, and he is not happy with Jesse.
Well, I'd let it go. just kind of let it go. I'm sure Bobrovsky did. He probably walked away, shook his head for a second, and didn't give it a second thought after that.
I credit him for posting it. You know, it's his video. He could have just let that die on the vine.
Jake in St. Genevieve says, how the F does Jackson not know about the Red Wings fans throwing octopus? That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
You might have been 3 or 4 when they were doing
Brother, it's hard enough for me to remember a player name, let alone 90s Red Wing lore.
Lore.
I don't know these things.
Does PETA not allow them to do that anymore? Is that what happened?
Well, PETA's not a governing body.
No, but they can put pressure on you to throw an octopus out there.
If I was running some sort of sports venue, I would be opposed to fans bringing in animals, dead or alive. But shout out, what was
it wasn't
the
like
name?
thousands of fans were bringing in octopuses.
Okay.
It's like
I
one
thought-
guy. I don't know
right.
if he worked there or what, but one guy inevitably would throw an octopus on the
What
ice.
was the name of young Pageview's little muskrat or whatever?
Boris. Wow.
Boris, thank you.
I got to travel in a van with Boris to Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. It was an honor.
So live animals only, no dead animals. That would be my rule. Because I liked Boris.
Supposedly octopuses are kind of smart.
Octopi.
Octopi are rather intelligent.
Really? Yeah, I've heard that. I have actually heard that.
Oh, so you're going to give them credit, but you're not going to admit that turtles know when it's going to rain?
I don't think a turtle knows. No, I don't think they do.
You disgust me.
Octopus has a big head. Turtle, tiny little brain.
You ever have octopus as a delicious dish?
No.
Oh, Martin, the grilled octopus. I think it might even be called char and olive and oak. Oh, Bill. And I don't know what that sauce is that they use, but how do you do, sauce?
Just make it a little come on
Segment
to the
title.
Yeah, I'm willing to seduce anybody at this point.
To be fair, Chairman, Jackie, whoever's got a moment, is there other content from Jesse Pollock we could sample?
Ooh, okay.
Just to kind of
get a
see,
little sampling here.
like body of work. Again, I would say to him, if he was sitting here, I don't know, maybe not the guy to do it to, maybe not the time. Stanley Cup Finals, they lost in overtime, painful loss. He's the goalie that gave up the goal. Russian guy trying to do jokes about a Canadian sports guy. That's tough. So,
Yeah, well,
but it was a great "What's Your Grandma Think" segment.
The So What'd Your Grandma Think Open alone makes a So What'd Your Grandma Think segment worth it. Tip of the cap on the production. What you and the Midnight Rider, Mike Ryder, did that production. That was a balloon party at the very beginning.
We had multiple iterations of the Open. There was like 2 or 3 different versions with different questions and little sound droppers in there.
Yeah, I was scrolling through TikTok this morning about 5 a.m. and sent that over to Little Jackie Papers. I said, "Yep,
this will do.
This will do for a So What'd Your Grandma Thing."
Yeah, I thought. My message to Jesse Pollock, please continue to do so. It's great stuff.
We'll take it.
Really enjoy it.
Well, it must work for him a lot, or he wouldn't keep doing it.
Right.
He must have a funny show or something.
It looks like he's got a decent Instagram following as well. But under hashtag this league, Tim, we're kind of in the NBA NHL final window here.
Yes.
You had the ABC affiliate in Fort Wayne, Indiana that cut away from game 1.
Oh, no.
To tease ahead to the news. And I'm not, I read this last night, but I'm not entirely clear when they cut away.
So bad. With about minute 5 left.
It wasn't the game-winning shot.
OKC had just missed. OKC had just missed a 15-foot jumper or so, and I believe we're up 4 or 5. With a minute left.
But the Pacers very much in it.
The Pacers were driving down the floor when they cut away.
Okay. Is there audio of that?
Oh, I got audio.
Oh, wow. Look at this guy.
Here we go.
Hit the lever, please.
Thunder clinging to this 3-point lead. SGA the drive inside. Shot blocked. Siakam throws it back.
Next on
my
21
God.
Live News, the man who was brutally beaten at Pike's Pub last week has come forward. Hear what he wants to have happen now. Also tonight, a big night for Pacer fans as Indiana is in the NBA Finals. We'll show you a local business who has seen a boost from the Yes Sirs.
And we could see a little fog overnight tonight. We'll have the very latest forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks for staying up with us. I'm Amara Boss. Fort Wayne's most watched news start.
SGA guarded by Nimhard.
Had to be a mistake. It had to be. Of course.
My God. Well, it's in the New York Post, so the Fort Wayne station has made it to the New York Post. I've typed this in. This absolutely fascinates me.
WPTA, the ABC affiliate.
Yes. Oh, my God.
They were up 3.
Little Pike's Pub. Who wants the name Pike's Pub? You got 1 day left to get Jackson to change your name or give you a name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Some director was checking it to make sure it was ready when the news started.
Right.
And
Thought it was in
put it on the air.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand, because it sounds like a promo, like coming up tonight, and that they accidentally hit the promo, played it at the wrong time, should have been in a commercial break. But when the guy at the end says, "Welcome this evening," it sounded like the actual intro of they thought the news was beginning. Didn't you hear that at the end? He's like, "And welcome in, I'm Dan Stevens with your news."
Yeah.
As opposed to just the promo.
It was a long promo. Usually those are like, hey, you work in it, so you know.
But I'm saying
15 seconds.
Right, but at the end it sounded like an actual live introduction, didn't it?
They missed a bucket. The Pacers scored. And it was like 30 seconds left when they got back. They were down 1 when they got back. They were down 3 when they left to do that.
Can you imagine all the people at home watching on their couch just levitating, screaming, throwing things at the TV?
Going full Contreras. Calling to the mic.
We'll F everybody.
S. Because, and then the promo's like, and we'll show you Pacer fans enjoying the game.
They were teasing a watch party. They did still shots of a watch party.
Look at this, Jackson. You can people were bidding on wanting the name Pike's Pub. Jackson's Uncle Doug wants his name changed to Pike's Pub, and he's offering you $1,000 for it. I mean, what a great spot Jackson's in. He's monetizing this Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Sold.
There it is, $1,000 to Jackson's Venmo. Now you are Pike's Pub. God almighty.
And that's what gets people excited.
Unbelievable.
Can I hear just the ending, though? Because I swear it's like, you know what I'm saying, Tim? The difference between a recorded promo, all that tonight at 10.
Yeah, I know what
and
you're
then he
saying.
starts saying, I'm Bill Stevens.
Here we go.
And we could see a little fog overnight tonight. We'll have the very latest forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks for staying up with us. I'm Amara Boss. Fort Wayne's most watched news start.
SGA.
Doesn't it sound like
it starts now, and then they would roll the pre-pro, and he'd have the lead story over
it
Pike's
sounds
Pub.
to me like they were ready. They accidentally started the news to me, not just rolled a promo, because he's like, thanks for staying up and welcome in. It's like, the game didn't end?
I don't know. Sometimes they still tape those. It starts now, and then you go, from Fort Wayne's news leader. Then you have the
maybe
bit of production.
Well, they clearly they dumped it. Like they got out of it eventually because it gets cut off. But wouldn't you think you could do that immediately? Someone set their coffee down wrong.
Unless I still think it was probably a director checking it to make sure it was ready, and he had no idea it was on the air, and somebody in the newsroom said, "Oh my God," and came running back there and called and said, "Get it off, get it off, get it off."
Terrible for that person, because you're right, it's clearly a mistake.
Otherwise, you'd have had to have 10 people in on it. Let's cut out of the game so we can start our news.
Two nights ago in the Twin Cities, Doug, during overtime of the Stanley Cup Finals, TNT cut away to an emergency test, and when it came back, Edmonton was celebrating in overtime.
Sweet in Minnesota. I heard that. Yes,
and that's brutal. But this is in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Like this is
it would happen. It would happen here if we had one of those tornado warnings.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
But that would be a choice they made. Whereas I think this was an accident.
And as brutal as it is, I understand it, especially with the recent history of May 16th. I would understand it. This, of course, just being a different thing. Jackson, you're getting requests for the San Diego State Blaine Gabbert. Is that at your disposal? And if this is putting you on the spot, it's the last thing that we would want to do. It would allow me, though, to tell people that this program's presented to them by Brown & Crouppen, our title sponsor now for a couple of years. Online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. If you are in need of a personal injury attorney, you're going to want somebody who is local, and that's what Brown & Crouppen is. Founded in St. Louis and still operating in the city of St. Louis, going back to 1979, just built brand new offices on the Hill. You hear from Ed Herman, you hear from Terry Crouppen, you hear from Andy Crouppen on this program. They are TMA listeners, and we ask you to support the sponsors. Brown & Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Little Jackie Papers, the audio is not available.
I don't even know what we talked about. I might have missed out on lore. Oh, the guy, what's the name of the bar? I don't have. I'm
sorry.
What?
I do not have it.
You do not have it. All right. It's okay. Doug, it's fine.
Okay.
It was a request from Yasiel, the boy Puig, and we don't have it. But I know it's part of when Inside STL celebrated its 10th anniversary, which then that video is still up there. It's included in there. As is Mike Lee doing a wonderful performance with nunchucks too, Martin. If you want to see that, he was dressed up as Bruce.
I mean, I have his too. I'm gonna have to.
Hey, you know what?
It's fine.
You're a sweet prince. Joey Vitale's going to come on. He's going to talk for 30 minutes. We're all going to have a chance to exhale. And then you'll be able to find the Blaine Gabbert McGregor's. You got it. Wow, just like that. How about this guy? How about this guy?
Something else.
What is there a little? I'm sorry. Backstory.
So here's the backstory, Martin. It's 2010. The Missouri Tigers are undefeated, and why they're taking on the San Diego State Aztecs. And I think I find that name offensive, at least if it can get me some money. And in the San Diego State Aztecs, they're at Faurot Field, and they're about to upset Missouri. But wait a second, there's still some time on the clock. And this young man, I guess, was doing a live broadcast on YouTube, and he got a little celebratory too early. He announces that San Diego State has won. And then when TJ Moe catches a pass and scampers his way into the end zone for a win,
to the house.
A patron at McGregor's in San Diego finds the young host of this program and blames him for Blaine Gabbert to TJ Moe and holds him accountable live on the program. You can hear the screams of the San Diego State fans in the background.
Here for the DailyAztec.com. We're here at McGregor's. The San Diego State Aztecs have just upset Missouri. There's a minute and a half left. Leon McFadden just intercepted NFL quarterback Blaine Gabbert. Now we got minute 47 left, but Missouri has 3 timeouts. It's all but over.
Well, it seems like we
I'm playing off you.
Silence falls over the ground.
Where's my girl at? Don't ever talk until it's zero. That team. Oh my God. No flags or nothing.
How much time do you got left? I can't believe that. I cannot believe that.
51 seconds. What happened?
Well,
he said it's all but over.
I couldn't hear a single. It was only playing out of the one channel. And I couldn't hear a thing.
If there was a thing it skipped, it's one. It's fine. It's because it's Jackson got put on the spot there. It's not fair. But when TJ Moe goes in the end zone, there is a blood-curdling scream from a gentleman in the bar. And then he goes up to poor, I think the guy's name was Adam, and berates him for his report saying it's all but over.
Well, there was a minute and a half left, and they did have 3 timeouts, and they were a good team. So.
But it's all but over, Doug.
That Missouri team would go and beat Oklahoma, the number 1 team in the BCS standings, like 3 weeks later, if memory serves, and be
the opening kickoff was returned.
Yes, John McAfee. But then they would lose to Nebraska and Texas Tech, I believe, over the next couple of weeks. But that game is never that big if they don't have the TJ Moe miracle.
I called Blaine Gabbert NFL quarterback, and I'm like, I kind of know what he was thinking, but he was still a Missouri college quarterback at the time. But God bless, fun with audio.
Mm-hmm.
It's the, quote, where's my girl at for me, Mr. Tim.
Yes.
Thanks, and hashtag free perk. That's Brian Henson, a fan of gluten-free perk on the Twitter tweets. Martin, you were asking about the history with free perk. She co-hosted the program, I think 2 times, maybe 3 times. And Brian Henson would like to see her glorious return. Doug, she's on the Twitter tweets at gluten-free perk.
Okay.
Free perks. That explains. I'm learning a lot today.
I think that's season 20 where she makes her appearance. She's still got a ways to go. Joey Vitale is going to make his appearance in a matter of moments on this program. What's going on with his various birds? How are things with the hauntings? And also, there's the Stanley Cup Finals going on. Maybe we'll get to it. I'm not sure.
No, you don't know.
And then I saw, I'm curious what he'll have to say about this. Cam Fowler was on with Andy Strickland and Cam Jansen yesterday. Some really good interview, by the way. They get some great interviews on that podcast, and I was watching that last night. So we'll talk it over with Joey Vitale. That's coming up next. Alec Burleson at 9:30. There's your Stiefel dossier, along with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
FlyMidAmerica.com. That's the website. That's where you can find all of the great destinations for Allegiant Airline. All of these taken off from Muscuda, Illinois. It is FlyMidAmerica.com. MidAmerica St. Louis Airport, where you can head to Knoxville, Tennessee, Hilton Head, Las Vegas, Gulf Shores, Destin, 7 different Florida locations. And when you're booking online, you're going to see great prices. You get that with MidAmerica St. Louis Airport and the convenience of flying out of this airport. You're going to go from your car to the gate in about 15 minutes. Parking less than $10 a day, so you're saving money, going somewhere warm, going somewhere fun. Totally convenient for you. You just don't hear convenience anymore when you talk about airport travel. It's happening every day at MidAmerica St. Louis Airport. Book the flight at FlyMidAmerica.com. Again, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. The word's getting out. Great prices, great way to travel at MidAmerica St. Louis Airport.
This is Joey Vitale's theme music.
Is it really?
No.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program. I don't know who didn't show last Friday. All I know is Joey Vitale wasn't on the show. I don't know if he's mad at us. I don't know if we're mad at him. We're in so many damn radio wars I can't keep track, but he joins us now on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Morning, Joey.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring that up, but since you did, Tim, I'm sitting there kind of fiddling my thumbs last Friday, just waiting for a Jackson Burkett text message about, hey, Joey, how does 8:15 sound? Hey, Joey, how does 9 a.m. sound? I didn't get anything. I just sat there, and I sat there, and I sat there, and then all of a sudden, the great Ferrara and BK show came on, and I just got through with my business.
Wow. Jackson, would you like to issue a statement to Joey Vitale?
Well, it's nice to know how quickly he can move on. And secondly, two things were at work there, Joe. We were out there at the Dome last week at Oak Valley and Peevely, and it was a great time. Everyone had a wonderful time. It was very fun. But I was off on Friday, and I was at a wedding, so my mind was elsewhere. And it's on me. You know what? This is on me. It's on me.
I'm glad you take responsibility, Jackson. You're an upstanding gentleman. That's why I like you.
Well, I follow your lead, Joe.
That's why he wears a heavy sweater in this room.
Yeah, I thought it was because Tim was prepping for the old St. Peter Fest Carnival, and he just didn't have time to talk to me that day.
I had already started drinking a wide variety of Michelob Ultras to lay a base, Doug, and I was totally in the tank and didn't even know my name, much less that Joey Vitale was supposed to join us. That's actually the truth, and Jackson fell on the sword like a guy who wears a C on his sweater would, and that's why he wears the C on his sweater.
Okay.
Right. I'm your captain, Joe.
But you did make it to the Grade School Carnival.
I did.
You
yeah.
made, okay.
Both days.
Yeah. All right.
I saw Tim and Pat. I don't know about you. Hold on. I saw Tim in passing. He was just like, he was dodging all the super fans. There was McKernan. He's like, hey, I'm here with my kids. And he was by the Alibaba. And he was doing the Frogger and just trying to be with his family. I feel bad for you, Tim. You're like a local celebrity. You can't just enjoy the carnival,
Yeah. I would imagine when you're there, though, people don't necessarily like to acknowledge that they know me in public because it's not good for them, their reputations, if they have a business. You, however, you know what you are? You're a friend to all. You're a common man, a meat and potatoes guy. So everybody comes up to you.
No, not as much anymore. What I love about having 5 kids, though, especially young kids, it's a great escape if you don't want to have an adult conversation. People. It's one of the great things about having young kids. There's a lot of bad things, obviously, stresses of having young kids.
Live read.
But one thing, Jackson, you can borrow one of my youngest if you want ever.
Yeah, like a training kit.
Borrow.
Yeah, like a training kit. Or if you're going to a wedding, you don't want to talk to a lot of people. If you're going to like a function, you're like, I want to get out. I don't want to get stuck in a conversation. I want to show my presence, but I just want to get out. And the best one is like, hey Joe, how you doing? Great. Man, what happened in Game 7? That's a question I've gotten a lot of. I'd love to get into it. Hold on one second. My youngest is crying on the Frogger. I will be right back. And I just exit. I exit the conversation, or my son wants a 14th snow cone. I got to tend to him, and I get out of it, and I'm on my way. So it's a lot of dipping and dodging, but at the end of the day, it's still wonderful.
So you continue to breed because you want to avoid conversations.
Yes.
Look at that, Doug.
How many kids you suppose you'll have? 10, 12?
We have 5 now. I've been working on my wife for number 6. You talk about a foot in the sand. Like, she's putting her foot down. Like, she is like, it's a hard no, but I ain't gonna keep. It's like you keep shooting. You just. What's the old saying by Wayne Gretzky? You miss 100% of shots you don't take. I'm gonna keep taking the shots. If I keep missing, well, so be it.
Wow. So you would really like to make it 6?
I like to make it 6, 7. It's a wonderful thing. Listen, we got a lot of chickens. I need more help.
Here we go.
I need more.
450.
I need more help taking care of my chickens. We got a lot of animals to tend to, and we need more hands. Really.
He needs some farm hands.
This is like how people lived 100 years ago.
Yes. Farm hands.
That's right.
All right.
Has anybody in the neighborhood complained about your growing farmery?
Nope, not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Luckily, no one knows where I live, so I'm kind of incognito over there in my little sub part of Kaywood, if you will. But no one said anything. So at this point, I think we're pretty good.
There was a house for sale right by Joey, and my wife was a big fan. And I said, "Hey, wonderful house. Unfortunately, it's a bird sanctuary right behind it, and I don't know if that's anything I want to deal with."
Oh, were you looking at the Greco's old house?
God almighty, this is so specific.
You should have got it, Tim. We would have been buddies. We would have been best friends forever.
Well, I mean, you have the bird sanctuary and whatever else, and then there's hauntings. I mean, my son, who you ran into a couple weeks ago, he goes, "Can we talk about Joey's house being haunted?" I go, "You and Joey can talk about it." Joey's convinced that he's got like Civil War ghosts or something in there.
Bring James on over. We'll have a ball. I'll teach him how to tend to chickens. We'll talk about haunted house stories. We found a little crystal under the ground on the deck the other day. There's lots of stuff happening. Yeah, it's like little crystals that are popping up. I don't know what's going on over there.
What a property this guy has, Doug.
What do you mean crystals?
Not great.
I think it's like a fake crystal. I'm not sure what kind of crystal. I don't think it's a real crystal, or else I wouldn't be talking to you guys. No offense.
Like it could be diamonds or something like that popping out of the ground?
The look of confusion on Martin's face is phenomenal.
I don't know, Doug. I'm not a crystal expert. I don't know. It looks like a crystal to me.
Well, I have a carport.
Okay. No. Huh.
Can I, Joey, are you taking questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you have a hard out at 8:35.
Yeah, you let Jackson know he had a hard out at 8:35.
I mean, we're the tango, Vitale.
Yeah, don't worry, pal. We got stuff to get to, too. I mean, we got
All right, pal.
a dossier.
All right, pal.
Okay. Where are you headed? Can I ask what you got going on?
Yeah, I'm heading out to Centene. Jamal Mayers and I, we run a hockey camp out there Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays for a few weeks throughout the summer. So I'm going to go out there. I'm going to share my wealth of knowledge to the younger generation, if you will.
How about that?
Can I come? I'm looking to learn the game.
Look at that.
Yeah.
You know, Jackson, you can come out for a guest appearance. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, talk to the kids about the game.
No, I want to be a camper. I want to learn the game.
Yeah, no. We're strictly like 9 to 12 years old. You would not pass that.
Well, they're considerably better than me.
They were way better, and they know way more about the game.
Yeah, rats.
So that was a hard no.
Okay.
Only one of your children's playing hockey, right? Am I correct on that?
Well, yeah, my daughter, she was a volleyball player, and she's going to play a little volleyball still, but she's like in hockey. And my son Harper, he just decided 2 weeks ago, he's like, "Dad, I don't want to play hockey anymore. I don't like hockey anymore."
Oh, wow.
I said,
and how old's Harper?
All right. Harper's 12.
Okay.
And I said, "All right, what do you want to do?" He goes, "I love lacrosse." I go, "All right, let's play lacrosse."
Boy, that lacrosse is super popular, man.
Oh, I love watching lacrosse. Is like my favorite sport to watch. So he's all in on lacrosse, and again, not to get on a different route here, but my dad did the same to me. I wanted to play football for Bob Shannon. He said, "Vitale." He was yelling at me. Remember Bob Shannon, the big gap in his tooth, big front teeth there?
Legendary East St. Louis coach, and then ended up at CBC. And he was a real loud talker. He'd yell like this, even during interviews.
He was animated, and it was a very different demographic at CBC versus East St. Louis. He had some bulldogs at East St. Louis, and he had some preppy young boys like me at CBC. So it was a bit of an adjustment for Bob Shannon, but he would, "Vitale, get your hands up here, Vitale." He would yell at me, man. He would yell at me. Oh goodness, he would yell at me. I still wake up in shivers and sweating. Bob Shannon in my ear. A lot of listeners out there, the old Bob Shannon days, they remember those years. Bob Shannon was funny. He was a teacher / football coach, but he basically had a weight training class. Like he was the teacher for the weight training. And at the old CBC, Marty, you remember this? The old CBC, the weight room had glass overlooking the football field. So we would be at the weight training class. It's like 1 o'clock a school day, and we go to weight training, almost like gym. And Bob Shannon would take all the football players, and he would basically throw them out on the football field to have we did the run and plays while the rest of lifting weights. So it was basically like an extra football practice. I don't think the school condoned that very well, so I don't think it lasted very long. But Bob was crazy, and he loved his football. Let's see, where was I going with this?
Well, it's good.
But it was a good story. It was good nonetheless.
Because your son switched sports, you were saying your dad allowed you to switch sports. But what position did you play?
I was a middle linebacker.
Oh, wow.
They called me the intelligent predator. That's what Bob Ryan called. Better Bob Ryan. Bob Ryan was my math teacher freshman year. He was a good guy.
Remember Bob Ryan, Tim?
The intelligent predator?
Intelligent predator. Boy, the bar was low.
He used to sit in the press box there and do the games on the radio, right? That's Bob Ryan?
That Bob Ryan, exactly. He's the same one. He was my math teacher.
Yeah.
He was my math teacher, and he had a sign over his chalkboard freshman year math. He said, "Excellence is a habit. You are what you repeatedly do." I think it's Aristotle or Socrates, or one of those famous guys. Anyway, so I remember his room. He was a great guy. So he was our football coach for Bob, but yeah, he called me the intelligent predator. But I was a linebacker. And,
so your son's playing lacrosse.
Right. So I asked my dad. I said, "Dad, I want to play football," and he was just like, "Great, that's awesome." So he just let me to do it. And I remember like a lot of the coaches, hockey coaches at the time, like, "What are you doing, Sam? Like, Joe's a hockey player. He's got to play hockey." He's like, "Well, you want to play football? Don't play football." Anyway, my point is, he let me go, and I played football. I love football. And then even senior year in high school, I dropped hockey completely. I quit hockey completely. I asked my dad, I go, "Dad, I'm burnt out. I'm done." He's like, "All right, what do you want to do?" I was like, "I don't know, maybe joined the family business after high school with you." He's like, "All right." So I just kind of laid around, was bored out of my mind, and then realized I really miss hockey. So the point is, if your kids want to switch, let them switch. So anyway, so he's not playing hockey anymore. And I learned a lot of great things, with hockey, when I was playing football, Bob Shannon was funny. He told me, I never forget this one story. He was talking about the process. He's like, "Vitale, it's like a process, right? It's like a process. You know about the baby in the tummy?" And I'm like, "No, what do you mean?" I'm like 14 years old. I'm like a freshman in high school, whatever. He's like, "When the sperm meets the egg," and he started talking about the sperm eating the egg. And I have no idea what he's talking about because I hadn't taken the reproduction class yet. He's like, "The sperm," and he's like holding out this hand motion of sperm, and like an egg, they get fertilized. No, fertilized. I'm like, "Yeah, fertilized. I got that." He's like, "But it don't happen overnight. It don't happen overnight." And he'll be yelling at me. I'm like, "It's a process." He's like, it's one day at a time. So he's talking about learning the middle linebacker position. I'll never forget the image of his big gap in his teeth talking about fertilization with his two hands, talking about how I need to take it as a process. Anyway, I learned that it's also a process. And anyway, let your kids play different sports.
Let your kids, Tim, to sum it all up, let your kids play other sports. Some people do play hockey. They have a thing called the Stanley Cup. And the Panthers and Oilers will have a game 2. I don't know if you apparently, did you hear there was an overtime game 1, Edmonton winning. Do you want to see Canada bring home the cup for the first time in 32 years?
My buddy texted me. I have a group chat on Wednesday. Like, "Who you got in the cup?" I'm like, "There's still hockey going on."
There you go.
Jackson, was that who you were
You and me
with?
both, Joe.
Right? I mean, it's almost July. Let's move this thing along already. Let's get to 25, 26. No, honestly, I did. I watched the first game. What a great game. It's going to go 7. I think it's Edmonton's year. I mean, I think they're hungry. I think their goaltending's still a little questionable, but listen, guys, they got this guy named Connor McNuggets, and he is just on a different level. I think Edmonton's going to do it. I think they got Leon Draisaitl locked up, obviously. Connor McDavid, he's the big contract. He's got one more year left on his deal. I think if Edmonton wins the cup, and I think they will, I think Florida's going to push it, but I think Edmonton's going to win in 7 at home. If Connor McDavid wins the cup here and he wants to stay in Edmonton, I mean, we're looking at the first $20 million hockey player. No question about it. And, I think that he deserves every single penny of it. I wouldn't be surprised if the Cale Makars and Quinn Hugheses follow suit. They're up after a year as well. But this is a player that is just on a completely different level. His game has not dropped off. The partnership with him and Draisaitl, I think it's just too much to handle at this point. I don't really care how good Florida's defense are. This is just a superhuman. It is just so motivated and so driven. You go back to last year's Game 7 when Hyman was in the locker room talking about we're going to be back here next year. And here they are. Like I told you guys before on this show, let's see if Doug remembers. Doug, I'm going to see how much you retain information. What is the most dangerous dog, Doug? What is the most dangerous dog?
The hungry dog?
Yes.
That's it. Bing, 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 bing,
Okay.
bing, bing, bing.
Okay.
The hungry dog.
The hungry dog.
Is the most dangerous.
Okay.
So Edmonton guys, they're just a little hungrier. I mean, I'm telling you, they're a little hungrier. They haven't tasted it yet. They want it. They showed it in Game 1. I do think it's going to go the distance, but ultimately I think this is going to be Connor McDavid. Not that he hasn't arrived already. This is going to be him exposed on the biggest stage, and I think they're going to get it done.
Is it too early to put McDavid on the short list of greatest players of all time?
I think it is. Yeah, I do think it is. I mean, he's got a long way to go. I always have this, people always talk about, the greatest hockey player of all time. I mean, by the records, you got to go with Wayne Gretzky. I think at this point you have to stay there. No one will ever touch his point record. I know Alex Ovechkin passed his goal record. If you ever want to look at how nearly impossible the points are going to be, even if Connor McDavid, we did the math a couple of years ago, the amount of points he needs to average, and then he has to play through his 40s. I can't remember the exact number, but it's almost still impossible, even for Connor McDavid, to beat the point record of Wayne Gretzky. So from a point standpoint, from a trophy standpoint, with the cups and the MVPs, I don't think anyone will touch Wayne Gretzky. But if you're looking at, let's just, compare the hockey player, the skating, the shooting, the stick handling, the awareness, all that. I mean, Connor McDavid is the greatest hockey player that's ever touched the earth. I include that with Sidney Crosby. You include it with Jaromir Jagr, Gordie Howe. I'm talking skating, skills, vision, IQ. This is the greatest hockey player that's ever surfaced the earth. And I think it's probably going to be the greatest hockey player in our entire lifetime. You look at the Bedards, you look at all these new players coming up. I still don't see exactly what they have that McDavid surpasses it all. So player to player, yes, this is the greatest player we've ever seen in Connor McDavid. But when you compare it and you look at the other side of accolades, trophies, awards, all that kind of stuff, points, certainly. The great one, in fact, one of the greatest nicknames in all the sports, in fact, is still the great one, and I think will always be.
Doug, it's 8:35, and Joe. No, Jackson has buzzed him. Jackson has buzzed him.
This is a rigid time. We hard out. 8:35.
Okay. I mean, we got stuff to do too.
Yeah, we got things.
Oh, I know you want to have me on, and then you guys want me to talk for 45 minutes so you can take a break. This is why you guys love it. But you actually got to go back to work, Martin. You got to go back to work, Marty. Unfortunately for you got to actually do your job now.
Oh, the buzzer again. He got double buzz. No. Joey enjoyed the festivities today at Centene. Enjoyed the...
Poor Jammer.
Yeah, his mom there is going to be. And the Bob Shannon tribute, Doug, a little peek behind the scenes at CBC and the sex education that goes on
from
during
Bob
the weightlifting class.
From the football coach.
Thank you, Joey.
He had a great book, the Right Kind of Heroes. I recommend it. The Right Kind of Heroes by Bob Shannon. He was a good man. He was a good man. I love that Bob Shannon.
There you go. Bob Shannon, Joey Vitale.
He was scary. He was scary. Don't get me wrong. He had that big gap in his teeth. He was scary, but he was a good man. All right, see you later.
All right, we'll see you.
Doug, it's Joey Vitale.
He had the heart out.
Yes,
he had the heart out.
One more. It's too good. I love Joe so much.
That guy's a machine.
He's so good.
The texts coming in throughout the course of the conversation, as you might imagine, Doug. Very diverse.
Some are on board, some aren't.
That's right. That's the nature of the beast. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Vitale is the best. Dude has to be on meth, though. That's from the 314. I need Vitale's Adderall dose. I'll be more productive than anything. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Hit the buzzer. That's from Kwame Voyukas the Fourth, and he's sideways with Martin and Jackson. And I, too, had weight training with Bob Shannon, and Vitale is nailing the impression. That's from the gentleman's tip.
Oh, gosh.
That's a great text name. Gentleman's
Bob
Shannon.
Is he still with us?
Oh, I believe, yes. Yeah, he coached at Alton for a minute after he left East St. Louis. Prolific program, East St. Louis, winning all those state championships, did write a book about it. A great mentor over there to a lot of young men. And then at the end of his career was at CBC, and he was a loud talker. And remember Jim Otis, the great Big Red running back. So he had two sons that played quarterback. Yeah. And they were both at CBC. And I went over to Forest Park to interview Coach Shannon about both kids. And there was a younger and an older kid, and he's standing there talking to me. The thing about it, the young one got more heart than the older one. And I was like, Bob, he's 2 feet away. He's talking about the kids, and they're 2 feet away, and I felt terrible that they could hear every word he was saying. The older one got a lot to work on. He's just screaming. And I was like, I don't really want to offend these poor kids. And he was a trip. He was a trip.
That's outstanding. Seth Goldcamp sponsors the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. A lot to work with there with our Joey Vitale conversation. Martin, you're on board with Seth and Design Air.
Love Design Air, longest running sponsor, even after that Joey Vitale segment. Still a sponsor. Actually, it gives you a lot of material for that email today when Joey calls into the show. Design Air, been around for more than 100 years. That means if you need anything today, tomorrow, next week, next year, they're going to be around. That's something that's really important when you're talking about your HVAC system, staying power. And they're not only doing it for a long time, they're doing it the right way, making sure they don't upsell you. When you need a repair on that furnace, that air conditioner, they're going to get in, do it right, and not try and sell you something you don't need. Seth and the team over there make sure of that. They've been doing that since day one. DesignerService.com is the website. Still a little kind of mild out there, but pretty soon it's going to be hotter than heck. You know that. Maybe get that AC tuned up before the summer takes hold. Book that appointment online at DesignerService.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor of the email today. Send yours in. Compete with the greats the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes right at 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Alec Burleson at 9:30. Next, we have the drops of the week, Doug. Drops of the week are coming your way here on TMA 101 ESPN. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Aesthetic Design and Build is who you want to talk to if you are looking to customize your outdoor living space. That is Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I have visited it. So impressed by both Dan and what they do and show in that showroom that I had them come out to our home. And they walked me through all the different types of custom work that they're capable of doing. Full-on custom decks. They can add on a pergola for you. Check out that showroom. Let their expert team walk you through all the different outdoor solutions they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and the feel of your home. That's what they do. That's what they specialize in. That's why they are the best. Aesthetic Design and Build. Outdoor living spaces expertly designed, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Doug, is this a sea shanty?
I don't know what it is. It sounds like it's a sea shanty.
That's right. Big Tuft, during the Joey interview, requested kindly a sea shanty. For
so if somebody makes a kind request, you acquiesce.
Huh. Please be gentle.
Please be gentle. Yeah. If done right, I don't know what about it, but a sea shanty felt right with the rain we've had recently and some of the weather. And I love a sea shanty.
Yeah. Have you ever gone whaling?
I've gone deep sea fishing in Florida. Really cool. Really fun.
Get seasick?
I don't usually. My dad gets really seasick, but I take a Dramamine just to be safe, but I never really get seasick.
Okay. Did you catch anything?
Yeah, I didn't, but our group caught a shark.
Really?
Probably like a 4-foot shark.
Yeah.
Ate it that night. It was delicious.
You ate the shark?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was so fresh. It wasn't fishy at all. It was really good.
What part of the shark to eat? The fins?
I doubt it. It's probably a lot of cartilage. I don't know, probably around the rib area. They have no bones, so I'm sure a lot of it's pretty edible.
I've had shark bites. It's
pretty good.
Yeah. I just wondered if that was really shark or if it was just chicken and they called it shark bites. I think you should order it.
Gator. Sometimes they do that with gator.
Mm-hmm.
Which also tastes like chicken.
Yeah. But that's... You're eating the tail, right? The gator tail.
Yeah, for sure.
Or his nose.
Probably the tail.
Snoot, gator
for
snoot?
sure the tail.
Okay.
Jackie, is this the cough button right here? Because I've been hitting it repeatedly.
One of them's a dump button, so proceed with caution.
There's a big, bright red button that says dump. Then there's a button that is green that is not lit that says TB board op. And I believe that stands for Talkback, Doug. And then there's a white button next to it that says TB Booth.
You want the white
There's some inside baseball here for the listening audience.
You want the white TB Booth.
That's what I've been hitting.
So what that does, though, it's a cough button, but it's really talking back to executive producer Mike Ryder's booth. So if you sit if you sit in his office during any of the shows, it'll be silent except for the host coughing.
Oh, really?
What a great treat for him.
Minute and a half or so. There's just someone.
Why would it be wired that way? Why would he need to hear people coughing?
It's a good question that I don't have the answer to.
Okay.
Be gentle.
Please be gentle.
Right.
Jackson has been gentle, though, with these drops of the week as we celebrate the work we did this week. And I don't know how anybody could say it wasn't wonderful. Now we'll relive it.
Yeah, this is a shout-out to Chairman Kurt, who cut a drops of the week for last week. Wasn't played all good, but he cut it for last week. I put some for this week. Twofer.
Oh, twofer.
So shout out to the chairman. Okay. This is an extended cut of the drops of the week.
All right.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Clip that off.
Clip that off.
Clip that off.
I think a lot of places are haphazard with their breading.
Bring you over to the program so we could meet you in person.
Oh, which program?
Are there guys who kick with both legs?
Would you say at any point during the evening you were just kicking it old school?
I can't believe you would say something like that to me. You must not know me at all.
Boy, my wife's just getting aggressive with this cuck situation.
Bros calling other bros just to tell them good night.
Let the young boys play.
Do you have 16-pound balls? Yes. Wow, what size jock you got?
Blue balls.
Look at me.
I kept it playing.
You can even park for free around back.
About his rear?
Hey, Doug. Just getting ready to hop in bed. Just wanted to tell you good night.
So everybody uses, there's not a power leg, they each use both legs, huh?
I like the crack of the bat.
Hey, Bob, I'd like to just come down there and sleep with you fellas.
Something about a pontoon boat.
I wish people there was a little bit more like people dressing up for the theater.
And so impressive that you could keep it playing.
Wow, I wonder if a lot of guys kick with both legs. So everybody kicks with both legs. Okay.
Did they make him take the ball stretcher off?
That's just the worst question I've been asked in my whole career.
I tell you with complete faith in this information that this is Landro's decision and nobody else's. I feel 100% confident about that.
But this is about Dolan. Don't let anybody hear you. Don't let anybody in America hear you say, this is Leon Rose. Nonsense. Nonsense.
Whatever.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
Nonsense.
Okay.
I enjoyed that. Double dip there, Jackie.
Double
Shout out to the chairman.
pleasure.
Shout out to the chairman.
Double the pleasure with drops of the week. Wonderful, wonderful work there by Jackson and Chairman Kurt. Bravo from MD 2020. Glad we got Martin up to speed on where the cough button is after multiple decades into his career. Martin, that is from your nemesis, Kwame Voyoukas IV.
Yeah. Go back to watching clips of Jordair Jet, okay?
Is that what he does? He watches
just sits around
Jordair
all
Jet.
day dreaming of the good old days.
Boy, could he play.
Yeah.
You like that Jordair Jet?
Oh, I love a little bit stockier point guard who can just barrel through people, especially like in a mid-major where guys sometimes a little undersized. Just mouse in the house.
Little bully ball.
Oh, absolutely, Martin.
You like your men thick?
That's for next week's drops of the week.
With some quickness, yeah. Raymond Felton, you remember Raymond Felton?
Yeah.
He was a little tub.
What about that Khalid? Was it who was the Connecticut Khalid?
Khalid.
Amin?
I don't know. Al Farouk Aminu? Boy, could he play.
Oh, really?
Take your call.
That's my favorite one of the last 2 weeks. Martin Shania Twain.
Oh, the boot scoot boogie. Khalid El Amin. And
Yeah,
if you look
okay.
up a picture, he was kind of a...
Yeah, a
he
little
was
stockier.
part of that 99 team, Doug, that beat Duke in the NCAA tournament championship game. Am I right? That was an upset?
I don't remember.
Got to do show prep around here. Friend of the program, Dan Caesar, with a column. Martin, have you had a chance to read it this morning?
I saw the headline.
The Battlehawks, he asks, is the Battlehawks bandwagon losing speed? Attendance and television ratings figures say so. And sources add that ticket sales for Sunday's playoff game in St. Louis are not exactly robust. So the attendance is down 14% from last year. And in addition, the television ratings now, St. Louis is not the highest ratings bearing market in the UFL. And then finally, it is evident that ticket sales for Sunday's playoff game have been slow compared to the regular season, and some fans could be taking it for granted that a big crowd will attend. To that end, a look at Ticketmaster's website this week showed that there were 100 or more tickets available in many of the Dome's prime sections. The league has taken notice. We're trying to find new ways to engage the fan base. It's not a concern, but we're always looking to improve and find new activation to get people involved. We're trying to push real hard, trying to find ways to get people excited to come out and root. This is going to be a tremendous game, and we want to pack the Dome. That is from Russ Brandon, who is the league CEO and president.
I think it really hurts that they don't practice here and the local media is not out doing interviews with the players. You get to know a bunch of the players. I think that really hurts them. You'd think maybe for the playoffs they could find a place to practice here for a week to pump that up a little bit.
I actually thought they might come in for a few days early if you wanted to really create a little bit of buzz. I think they were concerned, the Battlehawks and the league itself. The TV kind of drives this whole league, obviously, because it's not, the stadiums are not full anywhere. And, but I think they were concerned because the season started later this year. So in certain markets, you got baseball here in town. Some of those Battlehawks games are on the same day as a Cardinal game. Is that a huge factor? I don't know. But I think the team, it's hard to really connect with any team. You don't know the players. They're not around. God bless Anthony Beck. He's worked his tail off. He's everywhere.
He's a regular here on 101 ESPN. On the
he's really pushed it hard. And he does all these Zooms, but there's something about the Zoom. You're like, I don't know. It's not the same.
They say the article from the Post-Dispatch says the local television ratings were the lowest in the club's 4-season history as viewership tracking from Nielsen reports that an average of 2.7% of the market tuned into the team's games. That's the rounded up number from the official 2.67 figure from viewership tracking firm Nielsen. And that is a smidge under the 2.7 rating on the nose that Birmingham drew for their Stallions 10 contest. The Battlehawks St. Louis TV rating has declined in each season following the 6.7 figure they averaged in their inaugural campaign.
I feel like that first year or two, a lot of it was, we'll show the NFL that we're a good football town. We're going to show up at these games. At least some of it was that. And that certainly has worn off now. But I think when you don't know your own players very well, it's hard to get excited about the team.
I mean, that's why A.J. McKernan as the quarterback was a big deal. I mean, you knew him from Alabama, and I do remember Max Duggan being at TCU. But you need, if it's not going to be down the road, a Brady Cook or somebody, you do need some. God bless the guys who crunch the tape and say, we've got a great roster and we got this kid from New Mexico State. People around here are like, oh, I remember so-and-so from Illinois. I remember that kid at Mizzou. You need a couple of people that people could gravitate towards. Even like the coach, not that Mike Martz at this point would do it, but early on, I thought, would Ricky Prohl be a head coach? I don't know. But something like, you need something additional to sell this league.
So the Battlehawks' average attendance, while it is down, it is still more than 2 times the next average attendance of the highest attended franchise in the UFL. Martin, do you know who the second place would be?
My blink's going to be DC.
That's correct. 13,026 is their average, but the TV rating in the DC area is 0.6. Again, the Battlehawks 2.7. Next up is the Detroit franchise at 11,681. They have a 1.1 television rating. Next up is San Antonio, 11,105 fans with a 0.9 rating. And then you go into the 4-figure category for attendance. Arlington, followed by Birmingham. Birmingham's at 8,800, followed by Houston. And then Memphis is averaging 3,992 fans. Doug, and in full transparency, the St. Gabriel 7th grade semifinals had 3,998 fans. Yep.
Could it be that some of the St. Louis fans are leery about that incident happened early in the season? They don't want to go and get slapped
by an opposing player.
Mm-hmm. That Michigan Panthers receiver slapped one of our fans. So now other people are just afraid they're going to get hit.
I hate to say this, and it sounds bad.
Oh, this is going to be good. I like
that's exactly right, Mark. That's my Pavlov's dog reaction.
Well, in that
now
article,
you must.
In that article, it said the premium seating at Edward Jones Dome, and that felt like kind of an oxymoron.
Oh, no.
That wasn't fair.
Oh, no.
They got suites there.
Yeah.
Oh, Doug.
I went to so many damn games there. Nothing felt very premium about it.
Oh, this guy's just kicking us when we're down.
I stay down.
You know, the premier franchise in terms of winning is Birmingham, and they don't draw at all. And we had a show last year, so we had a reporter, a veteran reporter, news guy out of Birmingham. He was on the show, and I said, why don't they support the team? And he said, we've had so many variations of football here. Canadian Football League, it was the USFL, then another version of the USFL. He said, fans down here don't believe it's going to last. They're just used to so many leagues coming and going in Birmingham that he just said they just assume this one will be gone too.
Got to be honest, I've had Battlehawk tickets since they started, and I am really not that excited anymore. I have not renewed tickets for next year, and I'm probably on the fence. I can only look at so many drunk plumbers so many times. That's from the Larson Woods Wacko.
You have to be a plumber to go to the game? Well, that could explain why they don't have that many fans. There's only so many plumbers to go around.
Well, at least if the stalls get backed up, you're in good shape.
Absolutely.
Hey, Jackson, why do you hate RC Cola? That's from Big Tough.
It's funny. When Memphis played Mizzou at the Dome 2023, I'd obviously been drinking beer all day, but I got an RC Cola just for the memories, for the nostalgia.
Oh, if you put cola on top of beer, that hurts.
I wasn't it was a play just for the nostalgia. I had only just a couple
Choked
sips.
it down.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's cola, but it was always odd to me that, like, I never seen RC Cola anywhere, but at the NFL stadium in St. Louis, they have RC Cola.
Jackson's Hockey Council says the pricing for the playoff game this Sunday is crazy. $120 for a minor league football game for premium seats is crazy. That's from Jackson's Hockey Council.
Seems high. Seems very high. You think maybe they'd want to price it really low to fill the building, do volume business instead of just count on a few people?
All I know is I fired a bullet on the Battlehawks to win the UFL championship yesterday at plus
so now you're
225.
invested. You're on board.
Am invested. So I'm riding the high of this Battlehawks team into a championship in the parade down Market.
Are you going to go to the game, or are you going to stay home for fear of being slapped?
No, I won't be there.
Tickets for $32 if you're sitting upstairs.
This game's at 5 p.m., Martin?
5 p.m. on Sunday. Section 140, which is, of course, now you're down lower. Those are 124. I see some for 100. That is a bit pricey.
Oh, yeah, it really is.
It's a bit pricey.
Especially when you can see a Major League sporting event. You can see a Cardinal game for, what, $15 or $20 for a ticket now?
I would love to hear what the Rock's take on this. What did he think would happen? Their model, I believe, was for the league to be successful, and then you sell off the franchises. Hey, you want to buy the Battlehawks in St. Louis, you get to be the owner. You want to buy the Memphis Showboats and greet all 3,000 fans, you get to buy that franchise. I don't know if that's going to happen. And then the Rock has become less and less visible.
I was going to say, how
with this, he's
involved.
never been to a Battlehawks game, which bothers a lot of. I don't really care. I do think you would probably show up here,
right, if
you want this league to work, and it's the one town that's showing up.
Battlehawks suck. Bring back the NFL.
Hey.
It's in the 618.
Well, that's true.
Well, that's
Option B.
Wow, that's a bold take. A really bold take.
Well, they've got a collective bargaining agreement through 2026.
Right.
So I think we got one more year at least. Beyond that, I don't know.
And I get it because you don't want to be gimmicky. You want to be truly giving kids a chance to get back to the NFL. But if they did have a 45-year-old kicker, like if Mike Vanderjagt came out of retirement or something random, or Vinatieri or somebody random, and he just flew in on game day, didn't even have to do I think you need a little.
No, I agree.
Something else. It's not because you don't know the players. I'm sorry, I'm being honest. You show up. Give me something, even if it's a hint of a gimmick.
Pardon my take. PFT commenter was talking about trying out for the DC Defenders as a kicker, and I thought, I think it's a great idea. Getting one or two, and they're not he can really kick. I don't think he can actually place kick in the UFL, but it would just be fun to have someone of note.
Like a surprise guest. And per one time per game, somebody comes out and Kurt Warner gets a series. And you're like, oh, wow. He comes out of the tunnel and he only gets one series. It may or may not go well. Then he gets to leave.
Or let one of these plumbers come out of the stands and play.
Release the Hoosier.
Release the plumber.
Let him get tackled instead of slapped all the time.
Seriously, you can't just say it's football. We all love football. That's not enough.
Not enough. No.
Big Al is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Doug, to give us some perspective.
Been a minute. Love to hear what
Good morning, Big Al. You are on 101 ESPN with Jackson Burkett.
What's up, gang?
Big Al, welcome back.
Yeah, what's the good word?
How are you, buddy? Hey, Jackson, how about that Pacer? It cost me money. Dang it.
You and me both, brother.
Did you bet it,
Boy,
Jackson?
oh boy, what the heck happened? And you're really flipping the switch when you got me talking basketball, Jax. Way to go.
You've done it.
Feel great about it.
Grooming's working.
Yep.
So here's the theory. First off, I got a true story, and all my stories are so good I don't have to make them up. That's what my friend said. So first of all, I will be there Sunday, and $38, and I'll be in the front row. So watch that. You don't have to pay $120. Just follow Big Al and does Doug says. I just act like I'm supposed to be there.
Right.
And
It works.
there he is.
Big Al.
Push your way through. But I went down to Lockheed Martin about 8 years ago to visit them for a little defense consulting, and went to Jerry's Palace. And during the summer, took the tour, and they allow you onto the field with your son, pass, catch, whatever. So I got my nice shoes on, Coles, and square-toed, like Jim Botkin. And these kids were kicking about 17-year-olds with their dads behind them, and they had it on the 15, and they were trying to kick it. So it should be a 25. And I walked up. I said, put it on the 20. And they're looking at me like, this is a waste of time. Well, they put it on the 20. The kid held for me, and I put it in the net, and I had 10 yards to spare.
Oh, you did not. You did not.
Yeah, I swear. Doug, I swear, I'm not lying to you. I put it in the net.
Wow.
And I turned around, and I said, huddle, kids. I go, never underestimate an old man. Life lesson. Got that? And then the dads start talking to me, and they're like thanking me. I go, I got to get out of here. I'm Toby Keith. I'm good once as I always was. But that's all I got. But
So, Al, the dads were thanking you because of your strong messaging?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the fact that the little nerds thought that this old man and any other old man in life, they could take them on, you know how kids are. And then what happens when you're kids, then you run into some old man like me and you get your ass whipped at whatever you're trying to do.
Oh, it's whatever, not just kicking, but anything.
A little pain.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, sir, I swear, I put it in the net, and I had 10 yards to go. Because I pushed the net. Not only I didn't clear the bar now, I put it in the dang net.
Well, sure you did.
So, Battlehawks, if you need me, I'll be in section 1, seat 1, and I can give me a couple minutes. And
so if they need an emergency kicker, you're available.
Yeah, I'm available.
Okay.
Heck yeah. I'll do
Can I
it.
give you my starting lineup?
No.
Weren't you also an
Like
outstanding
Tom
hockey
Dempsey.
goalie? You're an outstanding hockey goalie as well, aren't you?
Yes, in fact, I was at a fundraiser last night with Ribs and Soupy, and we were just talking about that, how Terry Yake took shots on me and said, Big Al, you're not bad, and the two worst things he's ever said in his life are I do, and Big Al, you ain't bad. So get your fingers out, boys, because I'm ready to kick. Take care, guys. Have a good day. God bless. I love all you guys. How you doing, Tim?
I'm wonderful, Big Al. I enjoy your anecdotes, and it's always wonderful when I find out that you're on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
He gone.
Oh, wow. He had to be he had a hard out.
But unfortunately, the audience hasn't enjoyed it as much as we do. This story couldn't be more fake if Iggy was telling it. That's from Big Al. And Iggy is active in the YouTube chat this morning. Big Al sounds like a guy that brags about his resume at a temp agency. That's from Jackson's Uncle Doug. Hey, Big Al, you suck. Instead of kicking balls, go kick rocks. That's from Ernie Bjorkman. And Doug, there are many more that would express the same sentiment. They do not believe the stories.
I do remember the shoes he was talking about. It used to be when kickers would kick straight on instead of soccer style, their shoe, at least their right foot, would be squared off so they kick a ball better with a square toe.
There's a guy with the half a foot thing, right? Where his
Tom Dempsey.
Right, his front of his foot was flat.
That was different because he was born with only half his foot.
Right.
Yeah. But a lot of them, the guys who kick straight on, they have a square-toed shoe. Seemed unfair.
And they wore the one-bar helmet kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Heisman wore the one-bar helmet. You're welcome to call in as well, 314-974-0101. That's the number for the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Also, text in, Air Comfort Service, text inbox 314-399-9646. And then 219 friends have gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL, including Bill Reloaded, Don PP, Iggy on the Couch, and Droid Effects. They're all in there talking a big blonde Dan, who they're all attracted to, Doug, and they're all just kind of flirting with him. It's kind of fun to watch. Guys flirt with guys in YouTube chats, and that's what we have on our show. It's a great honor. Alec Burleson is going to join us at 9:30, and then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tell me if you've heard this before. The Pacers come from behind and win a playoff game last night. Game 1 of the NBA Finals goes to Indiana on the road, 111-110, behind a Tyrese Halliburton game-winning mid-range jumper. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Come give us a chance, we'll make your day. Our shenanigans will never leave you bored. Did you just say that? Good Lord! So grab your bonbons and pour your wine. It's our turn to shine. We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Well, Doug, the program has been greenlit by Hubbard Radio Management, and you are on your way to Hollywood with this production. And just moments ago, in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom asked the question, have you guys had a chance to look at my video that I emailed in? Unbelievable. I guess it was sent to the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, we instructed listeners who want to participate to email the morning after at InsideSTL.com about a 30-second to 2-minute clip telling us why they should be one of the 4 or 5 lucky ladies to be on the pilot of The Real Housewives of TMA, and the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is in. I just haven't had a chance to see her video yet.
And you say her loosely. In Morning After at InsideSTL.com. That's right. Where they send these videos.
Yeah. Let's see this video. We've been waiting for years to see the stay-at-home.
I hate to say it, but I think she pulled the wool over your eyes, fellas.
No.
There's no video?
You've seen it?
No, this inbox, in terms of Real Housewives of TMA from self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, is bone dry.
No!
I even went to the junk folder, which on the morning after STL is
full
a war zone.
War zone. The junk inbox is a war zone.
Kai's in there.
Sweet Kai wants to be in, or is he putting his fiance?
He made it to the junk folder.
He's in the junk folder.
Okay. I thought he was
kind of
offering his new soon-to-be wife. I was going to be like,
let's not rule it out.
Please,
he probably sent something somewhere, don't you think? Would he text in and say, did you check my video? Because it's a guy.
Fella?
I don't know what to tell you. I'm looking at the inbox right now, and I'm just not seeing anything.
As I think about it more, I think the texters, the callers, the emailers, they would rip the poor women so bad. There'd be so much hate.
They don't rip us.
Yes, they do all day long. And they would be ripping innocent people. So I don't know that we'll be able to get anybody.
Martin, are we guilty people?
I feel guilty.
At 8:46, somebody texted the inbox and just said, "Oh God, please make it stop." And I feel like that's evergreen. Could be Joey's call, Big Al's call, could be me, could be us. Just, oh God, please make it stop. But Doug sounds like he's actually potentially dissolving the whole project.
No!
Well, I wouldn't, but I just know what the texters and the emailers would do.
They're supportive.
They're not supportive of anything. So we can still accept your videos if you're game, and we'll do our best to protect you.
And this fella said that she sent one in, but we can't find it. That's we've perused the war zone that is the junk.
And Sweet Kai is in there somehow.
So it's not off to a great start when a guy sent in his video and we can't find it.
Yeah. Maybe what we need probably is an incentive for the participants,
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Jackson, what analytic do we always run? What
Juice
is my
and squeeze?
Juice and squeeze, Barton. Always make sure the juice is worth the squeeze. That was said by Timothy Oliphant in The Girl Next Door, a film that was made in 2003 that Jackson mocks and refuses to watch, which is unbelievable.
I watched half.
And he bailed, and
I did.
That's a damning comment. But always make sure the juice is worth the squeeze, and that's what Sharon and Clayton has just texted in. Bingo, Doug. The risk is much larger than the reward. I'm going to a baseball game with Piddles just isn't a big enough carrot for me. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Wow.
Well, ouch. But Maybe we could take some seed investment and give out some dollars. I don't know.
And just for the purpose of what would we tell investors as far as getting a return?
Ooh, pre-revenue, and then this is a rocket ship that patience is required.
Yeah.
But eventually, would you have liked to get on the ground floor of the Real Housewives of Orange County?
See, Doug? There you go.
This was a show on 20 seasons, 8 different variations of it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello,
I
cha-ching.
assume those people were paid handsomely, though.
Right. So that's, we got to follow the model.
And at the
problem
end
is making the money
Who's
back.
going to pay them handsomely?
A seed investor, an angel investor.
Okay.
So I'll come up with a deck and then we'll pitch.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. That sounds like Jackson's got a plan here.
Now, there was a while there was a gas station giving away free tickets to some concert. Could we maybe get some of those free concert tickets?
Yeah, stack of them.
Yeah,
it wasn't a big concert.
Well,
it was like
Martin, back in the day, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day would have tickets. Now, some of the winners would complain that the tickets were for sporting events that already had occurred.
they were pretty easy to get, though.
That's kind of a rub.
But there was also a Kiss cover band by the name of Almost Kiss, and we were giving away tickets to their show at Family Arena. We thought it was a hot ticket. And a listener texted in an image of a stack of the tickets sitting at a gas station with a little paper note that said, "Take them."
Take them.
Those were our prize. And we stole them and made them our prizes.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
It's dynamic stuff.
This terrible show has infiltrated my brain. I was taping a segment with Jeremy Rutherford yesterday, talking blues on
the
TV.
Great JR.
Yes.
Wearing a sport coat, looking snazzy. And at the end, he said, if I could, I'd like to remind folks I've got a couple of books, the Bernie Federico book. I also wrote 101 things that blues fans need to do before they die. He's truly promoting his book. And I said, what about that other one? 101 things to do in Jeffco before he died. And he kind of hung his head. He said, I knew that was going to come up.
It's a great book.
And it was a blink. I was like, he's working on something else. And I forgot that it wasn't real. And I just threw it out there. He goes, well, maybe we'll get to that. Yeah, and then I was with Kelly Chase yesterday.
How is Chaser doing, Martin? I knew you were going to see him.
He's doing better. The battle with leukemia had the bone marrow transplant. And one of the things that could happen, they said there'll be some side effects, infection. So he is in remission from the cancer, but he's got this terrible infection that causes you to vomit, diarrhea. So he's losing weight. He lost a ton of weight, but he's doing better. He's him. He's always got a million projects. I met him up at EXO, which is that med spa he's part of up in Edwardsville. And he's still Chaser. He's bossing me around. He's like, here's the thing. Get the camera guy. All right, you're going to get a pedicure. I said, I don't have time. I got to get, he's like, you got to sit down. So he's bossing me around. But we were talking about his charity event, and I had a Mike Francesa moment. And I just said, hey, Chaser, what would be fun? We do this thing with the guys, and we have surprise people. I said, John Hamm did. I said, you think Garth Brooks would call in? He goes, no. It was quicker.
Instantly.
It was quicker than Francesa. And because I was getting excited as he was telling these stories. I was like, I got an idea. And I'm like, here we go. No. It took
immediately shot it down.
Yeah. So there was no follow-up.
Yeah.
So, but I'm like, this stupid show, I can't. I just want to do my job now, and I can't anymore.
Did you get a pedicure?
I'm sorry?
Did you get a pedicure?
Put that off.
We faked one for TV because I said, I don't have time. He said, take your socks and shoes, put your feet in there and make it look like you're getting one. And I was like, guy's got leukemia, and he'd probably still beat me up at 150 pounds. So what am I going to do? But we had a great visit. That'll be on
That's awesome.
television next week. And he's doing much better. He's just, his weight is still way down. But he is, as you know, fighting the fight.
Amen. God, he's the best. Well, that's great to hear.
Yeah, his spirits are great. And he ordered lunch. This spa's got a great bar and menu. And he ordered fish and chips. He's like, I probably shouldn't be eating this. I said, you should be eating like 10 plates of that. So he's trying to put on weight right now. But he's in remission. So the bone marrow transplant did its job. It's just the side effects of it.
But he's out and around and doing things.
He's got a million things going on. He called me. He said, hey, running late, meeting with the police chief down here at City Hall. I mean, he's just always, he's in the middle of like 20 things. And then when I tried to leave, he said, "You don't know how to relax." I'm like, "Well, you yelling at me doesn't help." He said, "You need a pedicure. You need to relax." I said, I gotta go. And I was actually meeting JR, and I said, "I'm running late because Chaser's yelling at me." And JR was like, "I can understand."
Guys, from experience, I can tell you once this damn show gets in your bloodstream, it's game over. That's from the 314. Doug, that sounds like a compliment.
I don't think it was.
I can't hear the name Bill anymore without chuckling. It's really ruined me.
And that's Dodom's father-in-law who's attracted to?
Yeah, they spent some passionate times on a sailboat, if I'm not mistaken.
That happens.
Gust of wind comes, General Tso's and waffle fries in your gullet, in your belly.
Really?
Next thing you know, father-in-law in your arms. I digress.
It doesn't happen.
What?
Don't let Sharon guilt you into compensation. She's having a tough time getting her commission checks at the moment due to too much texting into this program. That's from Carlos Spicewiener, who says Sharon's just negotiating, Jackson.
Okay. I like that. Just negotiating.
I don't think so. I think they're just afraid that whatever they would do and say, our texters would come after them with guns a-blazing.
I think the textures are supportive.
Well, not generally.
You can email in your support, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and Doug is seeking a seed round of funding to get this thing off the ground. And what do you think will get it done? $10 million? Get $2.5 million to each participant?
That seems fair. It's a good starting point, anyway.
Right. Yeah. And again, the seed investor expectations of return on investment.
Right.
Just be flexible. That's what I would say. You know,
because you're going to lose it all.
Well, we're just not. We might not put anything in writing.
Oh,
and that's okay.
Right. That's better. Yeah.
A lot of savvy investors will just hand you the money without anything in writing.
Couple gift cards.
That's natural. All right. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is where you email in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. That comes your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. Alec Burleson is joining us on the Stiefel dossier coming up here in a matter of moments. It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union wants to help you with that next mortgage. Your hometown loan provider, home loan provider, is Together Credit Union, and they have a loan solution for every buyer out there. Whether it's a fixed rate you're looking for, adjustable rate, conventional, jumbo loans, they've got it all. Get in on the action. Specialty loans are available, like an FHA, a construction loan, union member mortgages, community contributor mortgages. They have all of it at Together Credit Union. Together Credit Union understands this process gets a little complicated. They're going to help you through it every step of the way, making it easy, and it's all done in-house. Everything's done right here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union's experienced team will handle the underwriting, the servicing, everything in between, all done locally. Remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. They have 14 branches around town. You can stop by or go online to check out rates at togethercu.org. Formerly Eagle Credit Union, started in the shadows of the brewery, and now all around St. Louis, it is Together Credit Union. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Boy, remember this on the MySpace profiles in 2006 and 2007, Doug?
I don't. No, I don't. This is what people put on their
MySpace
profile
profiles.
picture?
Yeah. When you would open up the MySpace page, this jam would play.
Okay.
And when else does it play, little Jackie Papers?
Every time our guest on hold comes to the plate.
Alec Burleson's walk-up music. Alec Burleson joining us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 101 ESPN. The program is The Morning After. Good morning, Alec.
Good morning. Good morning.
That Party Like a Rock Star, Doug, you always say that's the Shop Boys, am I right?
I've never said that.
No, Shop Boys. What is your history with that beat, Alec?
No history. I just liked the song. I thought it fit me. I'm always looking for a good walkout that some fans can relate to. So it seems like you guys are relating to it well.
We enjoy it. Yeah,
Love
sure. Best walk-up music on the team outside of Shop Boys' Party Like a Rock Star. Go.
That's a tough one. They put me on the spot, and I can't remember any of them.
Well, I'm a hard-hitting journalist, and this is what I do. I ask the tough questions.
We don't fool around here.
Do they come by at spring training and go through and say, hey, anybody want to update? How does that process play out?
Oh, you can. I could change mine tonight if I wanted to. I could. Nice. I actually, when Randy Orton came last year, 30 minutes before the game, I changed my walkout song. So you can change it whenever you want to, and you just put in a request, and they'll do it for you.
Best is probably Victor Scott using his own song.
Yeah,
that's
Argo.
pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't know if I could. Kudos to him. I don't know if I could hear my own voice going up to the plate every time, but that would throw me off. But kudos to him.
DJ Burley Biscuits were you just spinning music? Is that what it was?
No, not really. I just one of my college roommates. He wasn't a roommate. He came in with me to East Carolina, and he was kind of into making music, and I don't know if he was into it. I think he does it now more than he did back then, but he was just getting into it, and he had kind of the setup in his dorm, and I would just mess around on it every once in a while, but you're not going to find any underground type stuff from Burley Biscuits. You're not going to find it anywhere, so I'll go look for it.
Well, I think isn't that what Kyle Gibson did last year? He's the one who dusted something off, or just the name maybe.
Yeah, just the name, and everybody ran with it, and it was something that the nickname I buried deep, and then he somehow, I don't know where he got it from. I still don't know to this day. So, it's stuck.
Well, we're going to help. I regret bringing it up. I'm currently burying the name DJ Burley Biscuits. On this show, we often talk about winning a series because that's important. You stack them up. Doug here in the middle, veteran sportscaster in town, thinks we overstate it, that it's not about winning a series, it's just the number of games, period. But I do think in the room, don't you guys kind of compartmentalize the whole season and try and win series by series? Is it a talking point?
I mean, you definitely the season's too long to try and worry about, how many games you'll win at the end. I think you can shorten it up to like a series, and I mean, if you win every series, you'll be fine at the end. So, I mean, that's kind of been. It hasn't been too much of a talking point, but I think everybody's kind of focusing on it. Like, let's win this series. Let's, if we've already won 2 games, let's sweep this team. Like, it's just something that mentally, because the season is such a grind and it's so long, that you can, you can kind of shorten it up into like a little 3-game season and just try and, win the series and then move on from there.
Right. It's a short-term goal. Makes sense.
See, Doug, are you getting on board now?
Well, no, I understand that it's a short-term goal. I'm just saying the only thing that really matters is how many you win.
Well, I mean, this guy's on the team. I think I think it can
Yes,
be
it's a fine short-term goal.
Jeez. Sorry, Alec. I know this is awkward for you.
No, well, it's we need short-term goals in this game because the season's way too long. you play so many games that if you try and look at the finish line in what is today, June 6th,
Yep.
or 6th. If you try and look at the finish line, you're not going to end up where you want to be. So you definitely have to have some short-term goals and short-term memory as well.
Hey, I'm curious on this. I really am. When you wake up this morning, number one, you get to be on this show. That's going to put you up in your step. But number two, you're going up against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Is there a little extra fire when you know the heralded Dodgers are coming to town?
Not really. They're another team, right? I mean, they've got some really good players, and they've got obviously the Otanis and the Freemans and the Yamamotos and stuff like that. But I think we can go back to let's just win the series. Let's just try and win the series. Let's win today and then worry about tomorrow. And then because they're just another team. They got to put their pants on one leg at a time. So, we know they're going to be good. We know they're going to be they're going to swing it. They're going to pitch it. So we're just going to have to go out and play our best brand of baseball, and we'll be able to compete with them.
How about for yourself? More playing time for sure right now, Walker being out, but just over the last few weeks, more opportunity. You've had more hits. I know we had you on, I think it was right after the Philly doubleheader. God, there's been a lot of doubleheaders, but how would you assess your season?
It's moving along. I think I'm in a good spot now where it's, like you said, I'm getting that more regular playing time. I'm playing multiple positions on defense. Like I'm kind of mixing it around to get me in the lineup. So, I think that's the biggest thing for me is just being able to play as much as I can and get as many at-bats as I can. And, but I think I feel like I'm in a good spot offensively. I think my approach is starting to become dialed in, and it's a lot easier to do it with more consistent at bats. So it's in a good spot right now. Obviously, we get like I keep saying, we got a long way to go. So we'll see how it ends. But I'm just excited to be in there every day.
Were you guys still on the field during the Wilson Contreras post-game interview with the cat on the field? He got a little excited, might have used an F word, might have used an S word, but I said, that's just Wilson being fired. Was the team, did you guys hear him with his lively discussion on the field with the cat?
No, I didn't hear it. I poured the water on him and then got myself soaking wet, so I had to go in and change, but no, that's Wilson. He's gonna play. He's gonna play with fire. He's gonna, say what he feels, say what he believes, and he's not gonna think twice about it. So he's a lot of fun to be around as a teammate, and just being on the field with him is a lot of fun. He plays with a lot of fire, and I think that's something that has contributed to a lot of wins this year.
As we're sitting here, Martin, it's in a stunning development. Stephen A. Smith is on First Take right now, and they're showing Busch Stadium, and Molly Querim and Doug's guy, RC, are breaking down what took place with the first pitch yesterday. Will Compton there along with Taylor Lewin, and the first pitch got away. Did you get a chance to observe that?
No, I saw it later on social media, but
John Hewlett was nearly struck by the pitch.
Almost took down the U-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. That's, baseball's one of those games. I feel like if you take any athlete and put them on a mound or put them in a batter's box, they're not going to look too much like an athlete anymore. So it's just something that it's hard to do. It's really hard to do.
It's hard to play at the major league level for sure, but I'm still stunned at how many grown men can't stand on a pitcher's mound and throw a ball 60 feet to a catcher. Like they've never thrown a rock or a ball or anything in their life.
I think they get tight. I think that's what it is. I think it's a mental thing.
It must be. It must be. You probably don't think a whole lot about that, do you?
Clip that off. We'll run it as a promo for the show.
Hard-hitting baseball talk. And you got to pitch. You got to pitch again.
Who, me?
Yes, we're back to you.
We're back to you. Yes. No,
you guys were just laughing at each other. I was going to let you guys do that.
No, that's fair. That's totally
very fair.
No, I think Doug was saying, like, and you probably don't get nervous throwing a ball. We're like, yeah, probably not. Not at this point.
No, not really. It's obviously second nature. Me and the scouts that were talking about the other day, we feel like throwing a baseball should be just like, or just being able to throw. I mean, you said a rock, but just like being able to throw a ball 60 feet should be like it should just be like a skill that you have. You should be able to do it. I'm not saying hard. I'm not saying like, be able to throw 90 miles an hour, but to be able to throw something and hit a decent sized target, like, what was it? Kyle Leahy yesterday, hit a decent sized target from 60 feet. That should be a life skill. Like everybody should be able to.
Like you can't vote unless you can throw a baseball that far. So, be a good measuring stick.
I think that's something that, I don't know. I mean, maybe teach it in school. Maybe teach it in school.
I like
maybe
that.
have
A little baseball class at school.
Classes,
That's not a bad idea. Can you recall the last time, maybe it was your first major league at bat, I don't know, that you were actually nervous on a baseball field?
It's been a while since I've been nervous. I guess it's more. I think nervous and anxious are two different things. Like I was definitely in my debut, I was definitely more anxious than nervous. Just to kind of, I don't want to say get it out of the way, but just get my career started, like get off on the right foot. Like I just wanted to do that, and I was anxious to do that. Last time I remember being nervous was middle school baseball tryouts, and that was the first time I actually had to try out for a team, and I wasn't sure if I was going to make the team or not. So I was nervous about making the team, but not necessarily playing baseball have I been too nervous, just more anxious than anything.
Did you make the team?
I made the team.
Oh,
yeah, I made the team.
There you go.
Nice
I mean, what a story that would be for that coach to have to wear that one when you're up at the big leagues raking now.
Did you ever have one of those I belong here moments early in your career where you hit a home run or something and really realize it really hit you that you're as good as everybody else there?
That took a while. I think that probably happened. I can't remember a specific moment, but that probably happened more last year than any other time. I think, 22, when I got called up with the last month, I got some playing time and then, didn't fare too well and didn't make the playoff roster that year. And then 23, I was kind of sporadic playing time. Didn't get too many ABs, and I got injured at the end of the year. But last year was kind of, when I got to the All-Star break and I kind of looked at my numbers and looked at where I was at and looked at my role on the team, I was kind of like, all right, I can, I belong here. Let's just build on this. So that took a while for me to actually know that I can hit at the big league level and belong on a big league roster. So, but it's definitely more of a comforting thing than anything.
Do you guys despise the day-night doubleheader where you just have to kind of sit around for hours? I mean, I guess you can get some swings in. What do most players do to kill that time?
I mean, you really don't do much of anything. You play the first game and then you just get out of your uniform and hang out for, however long you have. Yesterday, I think it was, 2 or 3 hours. So you just kind of hang out. You get some food, play some cards, and everybody's they've done all their hitting and stuff, so everybody's pretty much ready. So you don't start really doing anything until about 30 minutes before the game. So, yeah, I mean, some guys take naps. Some guys, well, not some guys. All guys should mix in a shower in between games. So yeah, you just kill time however you can kill it.
Alec Burleson, our guest. What is the card game of choice, if you don't mind me asking, or if you've diversified your games? What games are you boys playing?
It depends where we're at. If we're in a locker room or, like yesterday, we were playing casino a lot. And then if we're on the plane, like going somewhere, we'll play some poker. We'll play some different style poker games.
Nice.
With a lot of the guys. So, different variety, and I'm into all of them. So.
Is No Limit Hold'em the go-to play?
What was that?
Is No Limit Hold'em the go-to play when you guys are on the plane?
Yeah, we play Hold'em, we play Omaha, we play Pineapple, we play all kinds of just poker variation games. It's always dealer's choice, so whoever the dealer decides what game we're playing.
Is there a player on the team where you go, that guy's the best poker player?
Well,
I think you're going to say yourself. That's my read. I could be off.
It's probably me or Helsley. I think we go at it a good amount.
Nice. Got a regular Phil Ivey here, huh?
I wouldn't say that. I'm just now getting into the actual math of it and stuff like that. So I know a little bit of math and trying to get into it so I can take some money from some of these big wigs.
I bet there's some money in the pot too when you got guys making $15-20 million a year.
Yeah, that can be tough because they'll call anything, they'll see anything, they'll call anything to see an extra card.
Is that right? Yeah, it's nice to have that bankroll. Yeah, you try to get Contreras and Arenado back into the game. Hey, Sonny, you want to play today? Yeah, just see what's doing. I think that's the right strategy, especially if you're the best.
Yeah, I mean, try to target, but then you get guys like Hells who he knows what he's doing, so it's kind of tough. I try and stay out of pots with Helsley. So
stay away from Helsley.
Bells.
He'll get you.
He doesn't mess around. Alec Burleson, kind enough to join us here on TMA, and we want to make sure we let the audience know it is coming up. It is Sunday, June 8th, and that is what he's talking about. Ryan Helsley and Alec Burleson hanging out. It is Bats and Barrels taking place this Sunday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Adventure Unknown. That is at 1505 Fenn Park Drive in Fenton, Missouri. It's part of Adam Wainwright's Big League Impact, and it is benefiting Loaves and Fishes for St. Louis, a supportive housing program that provides food assistance and temporary housing to those without a stable home environment. Alec, you have been kind enough to join us, talk it over. What would you tell the audience about the festivities? You guys get done playing the Dodgers and then head on over to Bats and Barrels.
Yeah, I mean, you said most of it, but I mean, we're gonna have a bunch of guys there, and it's gonna be pretty laid back. We're just gonna hang out, have some bourbon, and you'll get to meet some of the guys and take pictures and all that good stuff. So it's one of the events throughout the year that I really, obviously, I'm co-hosting it, so I really enjoy it because it's not. There's really no schedule to it. You just kind of show up, you eat, you hang out, you mingle, and maybe catch a little buzz. So
what else could you ask for?
It's a lot of fun. I enjoyed it last year for sure. So it'll be a good.
Bring a deck of cards. And then challenge Helsley and Burleson to a little game, Doug, and see if you can walk out of there with some cash. I think that's the right thing to do.
Sounds like the game plan.
Yeah, I think that's probably the
plan.
Well,
no, I'm smart enough to know that I'm not gonna gamble when I've had a couple drinks in me.
Well, this guy's a seasoned veteran.
I'm smart enough to know, so.
Yeah, that's exactly when that's when my target goes. Okay, this guy's been having a little nip of the cooking sherry. I think it's time that we play some cards. But he's a wise veteran. Alec Burleson, kind enough to be giving back to the St. Louis area along with his teammate Ryan Helsley, and members of the Cardinal organization for Bats and Barrels taking place this Sunday from 6 to 8 p.m. You can learn more about it at the Big League Impact website, bigleagueimpact.org. Good luck this weekend against the Dodgers. Thanks for the time, as always, Alec, and we'll look forward to the festivities on Sunday at Bats and Barrels. Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you guys for having me again.
Thank you. It's Alec Burleson with us here on the program, Doug, and he is on a mission to take all of Nolan Arenado, Wilson Contreras, and Sonny Gray's money, and I appreciate that.
It'd be nice to be in a game with a bunch of guys who make that kind of money and don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, but I did notice that he said they don't really care, so they'll just keep calling, so you can't necessarily bet them off the pot, because if they were to lose a $1,000 pot, it would be the equivalent of us losing,
a buck.
Yeah, that's about what the math, I think, breaks down to.
Went to East Carolina.
Pirates.
Alec Burleson.
Pitcher and an outfielder.
Most famous East Carolina alumni. Anybody know? I don't think there's no way you're going to ever guess. Vince McMahon.
Wow.
Oh, really?
And Linda McMahon both went to East Carolina. Sandra Bullock.
Oh, really? Wow,
East
again?
Carolina, yeah. Pretty good. That's pretty good.
Doug, is Sandy Bullock from the South?
She seems like it.
I was about to say she did a wonderful job in A Time to Kill with Matthew McConaughey, which the Plowhawk watched instead of the Blues and Jets playoffs.
Good on them. The Blind Side, she does a Southern accent. I mean, she's a great actress, so it's...
She was great in Speed 2?
That movie stinks.
Oh, no.
She was huge for a while. She was as big as any actress in Hollywood.
And you didn't like Tim Conway?
In Speed 2? Yeah. I need Keanu.
Dwarf on Golf? That guy?
Jackie won Keanu.
Oh.
Jackie want Keanu. Who wants that text inbox name? We have breaking news in the NHL, and I don't think it's going to get as much attention as the Thibodeau move, but it's probably in the same realm of surprise. We'll tell you what it is in a matter of seconds here on TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890. Still there today. Same street the company is headquartered on then. It's still there now. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. Stifel partners with the Cardinals and the Blues and also the Stifel Charity Classic. And they sponsor Stifel Theater. The Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Perfect for the weekend. I go to bed with a prayer that your son makes love to me. Strangers at sea. Am I harmonizing? Is that
very nicely?
That's really good, Tim.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Alec Burleson and Joey Vitale have joined us, and you can always go back and podcasts like the Dickens, via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, and you can podcast on the 101 ESPN app, and there is a TMA STL app as well. Download them both and enjoy the program, and also enjoy the Spread Zone, where I gave you the Panthers in Game 1 and the Thunder in Game 2 in the NBA Finals. And so that makes me 0 for 2.
Well,
and at this point, I think I can make everybody rich by just fading me on the Spread Zone, and everyone can retire multi-billionaires by fading me on the Spread Zone. That's what I think you can do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going props.
You're a prop bet guy?
Going for the rest of the NBA Finals. I'm not.
You were right on the Halliburton under.
Yeah, I love
You told
that.
us about the torture chamber.
And he was locked in it for the most of the night.
And a couple threes early, but that's it.
I got scared there for a second, but
I had faith. I knew what was going on. The torture chamber wasn't going to let him inside.
I mean, you could literally see it. He was, anytime they switched on to him, it was clamps. But yeah, props. It's bad. Well, the spread, money line even. It's just like, I don't know. Pacers really change things up the way they come back. They could backdoor cover almost every game. So we'll just go props going forward.
Basketball stops being fun when you're playing against a guy who's playing good defense.
It really does.
He's like right in your face.
Stinks.
It's just no fun.
It stinks.
It's no fun for Pete DeBoer in the NHL because he has been terminated by the Dallas Stars, despite that over the last 3 seasons, the Stars had the best record in the NHL and made it to 3 straight Western Conference Finals. I would imagine pulling Jake Ottinger in Game 6, which was their elimination game against the Oilers, is something that Dallas and perhaps some teammates said, okay, that isn't the way we're going to run things around here. And so Pete DeBoer, the wizard of Game 7s, but oftentimes coming up short in Game 6s in conference finals, is no longer the Dallas head coach. How about that?
I'm surprised by that. Yeah. Even though they keep getting to the Western Conference Final and losing, that's still a pretty good bar. I mean, Thibodeau, the argument there in New York was that they're not going to get over the hump with him. And maybe that's the same argument here, but geez, the West is loaded. And to be able to win 2 series every year is pretty good. And
so let me ask you this then, point blank. If he doesn't pull Ottinger and they lose in Game 6, is he still the head coach? Because that's what I think this comes down to.
You think it's just because of that?
100%. I really do. I really do.
This was a goalie that led you to a 106-point regular season.
Which is why, and then he's a young guy too, so it's not like he's going anywhere. And he said he's doing it to fire the team up. And then when he was asked about it, he cited, well, you take a look at his numbers against the Oilers over the last couple conference finals. It's, I'm paraphrasing here, but he was indicating how rough it had been. But I mean, that's the guy, and that franchise is hitching their wagon to him, and that just shows if we've got a goalie who we consider our number one, and we've got a head coach as good as he's been for us, we're going to choose the goalie. And I think that's what went on, and my guess is some of the guys in the room might have conveyed that to him as well. I could be off, but that's my read.
You got to dance with who brung you. In that Game 6, Edmonton scored a couple really quick, but they were also from 3 feet away from the goalie. He didn't have a whole lot of chance on either one of them. But to send that message in a elimination game that this guy that's been our leader the whole year, he's out and he's not going back in. The guy they brought in looked like a high school goalie. He didn't play very well at all.
So, like, you're trying to take a shot at Daddy Padre or something?
Well, this guy was better than Daddy Padre. We're all better than Daddy Padre.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah.
Look at this, look at that!
Good point by a texter who just said, bye-bye Steve Ott. Unfortunate, and he has been a long-time assistant with the Blues, popular Otter, but he has Dallas roots. That's an interesting...
Wow.
I actually think that might be in play.
Wow, wow, wow. Tip of the cap to the texter. How about this fun fact for no one tell? You might remember this. He was a delight in the post games during the Blues and Sharks conference final. Doug, that was 2019. Then in 2020, he was in the conference finals where he lost to the Dallas Stars as the head coach of the Golden Knights. And then in 2021, he was the head coach of the Golden Knights, and he lost in the conference finals. The next year, they didn't make the playoffs in Vegas. They terminated him. Then he went to Dallas, and in 2023, he lost in the conference finals to his former team, the Golden Knights. And then in 2024, he lost in the conference finals to the Edmonton Oilers, and just a couple weeks ago, lost in the conference finals again to the Edmonton Oilers. 6 of the last 7 conference finals has featured Pete DeBoer coaching a team and losing in the conference finals.
What an odd stat to be the mayor or the wizard of Game 7.
The Game 7 record's just absurd.
9-0, I think it is. And to have that on your resume, you can kind of puff your chest out, and then people say, yeah, you're the guy who always loses in the conference final.
I'm of the belief that he should be given credit for getting teams there over a long season.
Couldn't agree with you more, sir.
Crazy things happen in series. Even if it happens 6 times in the last 7 years, it's not his fault.
Mets have nothing to hold their heads down for, except they didn't play that well, and they gave away this World Series.
Yeah, and it's hockey's a player's game. It's not the coach's game. I think you can make the argument that football is largely a coach's game, but hockey's about the players. Baseball's certainly about the players.
Sounds like
you just don't script that
you're
much.
on the Paul Maurice train of the players should be shaking hands and no coaches.
Well, I don't really care who shakes hands or not. I would just think you would judge a coach or a player over what they do over an entire season, not a crazy bounce of the puck in a Game 6.
Listen, turkey neck.
Ouch! That was aimed at me.
Or DeBoer. I don't know.
Well, there are probably a lot of other nervous coaches around the league now, knowing DeBoer will coach somewhere if he wants to.
So wherever he goes, they're going to the conference final next year.
I think a lot of teams would love to go to the conference finals.
Nashville would be a good fit for DeBoer going forward. That's from the 314.
Probably so. Yeah.
He turned on his players and lost the locker room. That's from Doug's Tariffs.
I think he can get a little combative. Remember, Hitch used to get sideways with him.
Yeah,
and that might be why he's got a short shelf life and all these stops.
But, I mean, you can't argue
I'm still
with
shocked.
what he's been able to do.
I
God bless America. I knew that wasn't a popular move and caught some hell, but when you have the best record in the NHL over the last 3 years and you've gone to the conference finals, God bless. You know, and they're also not losing like these butt asses. I mean, VGK won the Cup, and then the Oil, back-to-back years. I don't know, man. I don't know. And he's going to get a job somewhere else. I wonder what your boy Strict Nasty would say about the possibility of Ott going to Dallas.
And somebody else shot it down and said they're not in a position to hire a novice coach.
I was wondering. That's what I was wondering.
He would be a first-time head coach for sure. That's a factor. I'm not saying he's getting the job, but I think he for sure would get consideration. I mean, when jobs are open in the NHL, his name does get mentioned. He was here with Berube. He's been with Monty. Was with Bannister. He's been on that staff for a while, pretty well known around the league. I think he's going to at least be in the mix in Dallas. But they do in the NHL, for the most part, hire these recycled coaches who have been in a million places.
Ott's probably anxious to go to get his shot, too, because he's seen the Blues make a few changes, and he was obviously not the guy that got the job. So,
Dallas Stars radio analyst Bruce, do you pronounce it Levine, Doug, or Levine?
I've always said Levine.
A name to keep an eye on is Neil Graham, who is the current head coach of the Texas Stars. That's their equivalent of Springfield for the Blues. The organization loves the way he handles younger players, has great communication skills as well. Oh, yeah. He also wins. That's from Bruce.
Don't say, oh, yeah, he also wins.
You don't like that?
Like you just thought of that. Oh, by the way, just stop saying it like that.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you have a bigger problem with oh, yeah, or
I have a bigger problem with
Okay.
Why?
Because you're just telling us right away.
Thank you.
So he wins, and Pete DeBoer didn't win enough.
Well, I'll tell you this: that Neil Graham is. All the Dallas fans are saying Neil Graham's going to be the next guy. So,
I do prefer a team when they fire somebody that they have a plan, that they have somebody in mind.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised Seth Goldcamp's name hasn't come up because he's proven to be a winner with Design Air.
You think he's going to coach the Dallas Stars, Seth Goldcamp?
He's done a great job of coaching the handsome repairman at Design Air. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us, Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904, over a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They're the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. At the helm, of course, the head coach, Seth Goldcamp, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and the home of the handsome repairman.
Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming your way in about 50 minutes here on the program. 40 minutes, hell, I don't know. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It is 10:09. That's what threw me off, because Martin has to leave, and you got this onboarding that you're doing.
Up against it, yeah. A lot of texts coming in. Should we start without you?
I do like the phrase "up against it."
You like it?
It works in so many different applications.
We're usually up against a break. I like when the texters just say "time to take a break." That's when they don't like.
I believe
the topic.
that's a Joe Buck reference drop. There was some awkward conversation.
No,
Time to take a break.
Right.
So he wanted out of the conversation at that moment. Maybe that's what the cat should say to Wilson Contreras the next time he said, "We will F them." He said,
God.
"Okay, time to take a break."
I can't love that Wilson Contreras soundbite anymore. I mean,
we can everybody in it.
God.
Burleson sits right next to him, so he gets all of this Contreras stuff probably pretty regularly.
You got 50 minutes to get your text name with Jackson, and then it's over. Then you're not getting one until July 1st. So this is it. 50 minutes, send them in. If you don't have a text name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. You got 50 minutes to get it done. Martin's got onboarding coming back with the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup is right here on 101 ESPN this evening with pregame starting at 6:30, puck drop at 7, Oilers and Panthers Game 2. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex, seen at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I don't like this song.
You don't like it?
I don't like it.
Really?
I realize I'm in the minority. This isn't chastising you for it. It's an incredibly popular song. Whew. Boy, Doug, I don't know. I'm going to say 95 to get me 94, 96.
96.
Whew. Whew. I was more of a Teddy Riley guy when he was with Rex and Effect. New Jack Swing. You like New Jack Swing? Was that 89, 90?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Redhead Kingpin.
So smooth. Song's so smooth.
That kind of era. Pump It Hottie. That brought Hottie into the mainstream lexicon. Redhead Kingpin, Jackson. I'll look him up. You'll enjoy him.
All right. The last thing you told me to look up musically was Gore, and that was a expedition. Who am I looking up? Hottie? Redhead?
Redhead Kingpin.
Redhead.
And his hit song was Pump It Hottie. And that then led to the mainstream incorporating a word that is now commonly used. But at the time, it was not. Pump It Hottie.
Pump it.
I know the return music for the next segment.
There you go. So, you got to go. Tim is so darn good with the years. That's from Don Hoffman, who is Jackson's favorite texture communicator into the program. Yeah. Doug, on this program, we've been monitoring Michelle Beadle's unhappiness with with a variety of programs that she has been on and let go from. The most recent one, she found out via Stephen A. Smith appearing on Howard Stern that she was no longer hosting her show on Mad Dog Radio on Sirius XM. Okay. Mad Dog is a friend of the audio on this program, and he addressed the fact that she was caught off guard by the termination and then still on the air later on that afternoon here. This is Chris Russo.
Okay, I'd like to hear it.
Now, as far as how this was handled, because I know that has everybody bothered, again, there is no easy way to do this. When you decide to make a change, just make the change. Don't give the folks who you are changing from the opportunity to say goodbye, because it never works. In most cases, this becomes a nasty and an ugly situation. And by all reports, it sounded like a little bit that today. And so I've come to the conclusion, and I didn't really have anything to do with the timing of this. I didn't know how they were going to handle Michelle and Cody. But if they ask me in the future, I'm going to say, guys, listen, it's going to be unpleasant no matter how you do it. It's not. It's bad for us. It's bad for the fans, and it's terrible for the two people that you're replacing. The best bet in the future is just be upfront with them, guys. We're making a change. It's going to happen in the foreseeable future. We would prefer that you not go on and knock us. I will tell you who the person is if you want to know that badly before we make the change. Okay. They didn't tell Michelle and Cody who that person was. I guess that was why that would be a big factor. I have no idea. Did it make a big difference? How about if it was Bob Costas? Does it make a difference? Who cares who the person is they're going to replace you with? Doesn't make a difference. Bob Costas, it could have been Larry King from the grave. Who cares?
No. Doug, Larry King from the grave. Was there a sound effect at the end, by the way?
A little thump.
There was a thump.
Now, does he run that whole station?
He doesn't run anything.
No.
They just named it
I think
after
they
him.
just use his name.
You know, Doug, you enjoy Sirius XM Channel 12, the Kelly Clarkson channel. I don't think Kelly Clarkson's running that.
Right.
No.
John Mayer, Channel 14.
I thought he might have some input into it.
No, I think let's just brand it and go forth. I have to say, it's a tough spot. I will say this. This is Martin would enjoy this because this is logistics, and I would imagine he would agree with this. Doug, I know you agree with it because we've, experienced it. The way that this historically is done is you don't get the chance to come on the air after you've been whacked because the fear is that you're going to attack the station. Or the parent company, as is the case here with the situation with Sirius XM and Michelle Beadle and her program. I remember when we were leaving KFNS at the end of 2021 to come over here, KFNS ownership, which was Dave Zobrist, incredibly nice guy. We stayed on. Now, we were leaving, and I think we still had a month left on our deal. That's what it was. Mm-hmm. And he got calls from people he didn't know in radio, because he wasn't like a radio guy, saying, you can't let these guys be on the air. And he's like, oh, I trust him not to crap on us. Right. And we didn't, and we wouldn't. I mean, but you don't know. Right. And I have to tell you, when she was on 2 days ago, the morning of Stephen A. Smith telling Howard Stern that he's replacing her, and on top of it, what Mad Dog's talking about is, what does it matter if it's Bob Costas or Larry King from the grave? The history between Michelle Beadle and Stephen A. Smith is what intensified it. And that goes back to the Ray Rice video and her comments that got him suspended, and so on and so forth. That's just kind of an industry standard thing. And also, unfortunately, there's never any way to do it. The weird thing about our industry is, if you're in the know, the metric that matters is the advertising revenue. It's a business just like any other business, and more times than not, the people involved in the shows are aware of their advertising revenue, but the public isn't aware of that, and that is the number that trumps everything. And so Stephen A. Smith is going to lead to more money. That doesn't mean Michelle Beadle's a bad person or a bad host, but that's why moves are made, and the public isn't privy to that. But if a pitcher is sent down and he's got a 7 ERA, everybody kind of goes, okay. Or if a guy's called up and he's got like a 1.2 ERA, everybody goes, oh, see, there's the numbers. But the numbers in our industry aren't public. So that's the deal. Just giving you a little inside baseball / logistics. But I was surprised that she was on the air the afternoon after finding out that she was being let go.
Yeah, pretty risky. You got to really trust the people to do that. And her contract, I'm sure, is not anywhere close to being over.
No, she's up at the end of August or early September, something like that.
So she'll still get paid, even though she's not on the air.
That's right. That's right. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text. And you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And you can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. James Carlton, longtime sponsor here on TMA. My insurance agent, 425 5-star reviews for James and his team in Webster Groves. I got this text yesterday walking out of the studio, Doug. Caller Ellen saying the following: as of June 15th, I am a James Carlton client. Really? That guy is unbelievable, and I'm saving almost $1,000 a year. It's about time I listened to you. Caller Ellen. Saving money, $1,000 a year, just by making the switch to James Carlton. Here's what I say to the audience. Call. You have nothing to lose, minus the approximate 60 to 90 seconds of the phone call. You also call. You're not leaving a voicemail. You're talking to somebody live in the office, and there is a really good chance they're going to be able to save you money. That's all you got to do? A 60, 90-second call to save $1,000? I don't know why you wouldn't do it. The number is 314-961-4800, or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. It's James Carlton and his agency, which is in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800, or online at carltoninsurance.net. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, this is Redhead Kingpin Pumpin'
Is it
Hottie.
really? Okay.
Yeah. 89, 90?
I don't know
91?
the years.
Well, it's like 90 because it's going to give me 89 and 91.
89.
Whew.
He's dancing again. Jackson's dancing again.
I think that's more of a bop.
Thank you, Jim. That's exactly right. It was great.
You like this jam?
Yeah, it feels very
I think you would
1989.
like late 1980s rap.
Absolutely.
That's when I got into it.
Yeah. When was Tone Loc really popping?
Late night. That probably was what really Tone Loc and Young MC. Bust a Move and Wild Thing. Doug also Funky Cold Medina,
Bust a
of
Move
course.
is so
Is that right?
That's really when it crossed over to the mainstream. Probably, I would say, the signature moment, though, for rap and pop. Walk This Way with Aerosmith and Run DMC.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good about that take, and I think that's the first time I've ever said that.
Well, that's kind of when it changed from like and my name is Bill, and I like to say, to actually
My name is Bill, and I like to say, Doug.
Well,
That
that's
was a
like,
song?
You know what I'm
like
talking about,
that?
like real old school, that kind of stuff, into much more refined.
Sounds like you're going after the Sugar Hill Gang a little bit. I'm just telling you, that's what it sounds like.
You tip your cap, you doff it, Paul Skeen style, to the pioneers.
That's correct.
But then people often build upon it.
Hey, Tim, just checking in if Jackson changed my name. Thanks, that's from the 636.
I guess not.
We have more important things to do.
So my favorite thing, and I'm sorry, but when someone says, hey, just check in if Jackson changed my name, thanks, and then don't include the name. Like, what?
We'll block him.
Oh, it's right above it. My bad.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
You got it.
First, the Wilson Contreras audio debacle.
Do you want me to pull up your Twitter account, or should I?
Yeah, to issue the apology.
I'm good. I got it.
Great rap take, Tim. That's from Big
It
Tough.
wasn't that great.
Hey, Tim, how's your REM sleep? I got less than an hour last night. Woof. Doug, that's from Clark W. Griswold.
Buzz, your girlfriend.
Buzz, your girlfriend. Woof. Doug, hour and 48 minutes of REM sleep last night. 2 hours and 9 minutes of deep sleep. Per the Whoop app, which...
Okay, and people are monitoring this now at home?
People are monitoring my Whoop sleep.
I like this text. I don't know why, but Tim's really turning me on today.
Oh, stop this.
I don't know why. It's really fine. This person's name is Rodney in the car. I just like that. I think it's a good text name.
Rodney in the car is turned on by me, Doug.
No, that was from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
Oh,
I just like the text name, Rodney in the car.
Wow, what... I think that there's a long text here. I'm on Team Jackie Papers. Please change my name to Jobu's Jockstrap.
Jobu's Jockstrap? Yeah, that's fine.
All right, Jackson's on it. Got a half hour left to get your names changed. If you do not have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service, text inbox 314-399-9646. And now there's just a flood because they're not going to be changed again until July 1st. Cardinals in action. They're taking on the Dodgers. They're going up against some rando who's only had 2 MLB starts. That's what happens to the Dodgers, I feel like, every year. They have a stacked team, and then they just get a bunch of guys hurt. And then part of me wonders if they just go, we're going to be in the playoffs. We'll save them up and kind of do on that NBA load management thing, because this happens every year.
Seems to.
So a guy by the name of Justin Robleski is pitching. The last time he was out there, he pitched 4 shutout innings against the A's. But his first start, he got raked. The Cardinals will counter tonight with Sonny Gray, who is coming off a hell of a start, and he will go up against that famed Dodgers lineup. Cardinals looking to end the series losing streak at 2, and what a team it would be a chance to do so against. But Doug, between now and the end of the 4-game series with the Brewers, which will conclude a hell of a stretch for the Cardinals that will include the Royals, Dodgers, Blue Jays, and 4 in Milwaukee, and not much in terms of off days, at least scheduled ones without rainouts. This team's going to be put to the test, and they're 5 games back of the Cubs, who are surging, and they're also only a half game up on the Brewers. Even though I recognize it's June 6th, I would tell you this is a critical moment if the 2025 Cardinals are going to be in the mix.
Oh, I think it definitely is. It's a rugged part of the schedule, and they just can't afford to, lose 6, 7, 8 out of the next 10 against very good teams and fall 8 or 9 back. That would really be tough. to bounce back from that kind of hole. I do see ESPN Analytics has them as 62% favorite to win tonight.
They must not like that.
They like the pitching matchup.
And they like Sonny Gray. For the record, the Cubs are facing some tough opposition during this stretch as well. They will be taking on the Tigers and Phillies on the road over their next 6 games. Then they get to win at least 3 by playing the Pirates for 4. So they will be put to the test. And then the Brewers, who have kind of come out of nowhere, and their manager, Pat Murphy, was very open with the frustration that he had, and the team was frustrated by a lack of offense. That has been turned around here as of late, as they have gone on a heater that's included one game in which they scored 17 runs. The Brewers will be taking on the Padres and Braves before they get the 4 games with the Cardinals. Then they get 3 in Chicago and 3 in Minnesota. So Milwaukee will be put to the test themselves as well. So while the Cardinals are dealing with some tough opposition, their teams in the National League Central that they're competing with are also doing so. Cardinals will get the Dodgers tonight, tomorrow, whereas they deal with the rookie Robleski to this evening. They'll be facing Yoshinobu Yamamoto on Saturday, and then Dusty May on Sunday, and that's when we expect to see McGreevy going for the Cardinals. Fetty tomorrow, Gray tonight. Cardinals and Dodgers in St. Louis. I'll say this, there is a storm coming through southwest Missouri that's now making its way to St. Louis, and then it's supposed to rain later on as well. So I don't know if they're going to be dealing with another possible rain out.
No. Gosh, we need that retractable roof.
I think it's neck fan night tonight, too, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
It is?
Mm-hmm. What is it, Chairman?
Like a wearable neck fan.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. For when you get a little warm from the nachos, you just turn that bad boy on. And
so if your body heat goes up because of a helmet nacho, this cools you down?
Yep. Special project, if you ask me.
Okay. Well, it's nice to finally get some rain around here.
It's unbelievable. It's supposed to rain all afternoon. Now, this is according to the weather app, but I am looking at the radar as well. This is what nerd golfers do. They have a weather app up on, or they have a radar on their phone, and there is a storm that right now is just southwest of St. Louis, and it extends all the way back west of Tulsa. So it's a big one coming through. I don't know if it's going to hit us or not, but the projections say it's going to hit us. Hopefully it would stop by the time first pitch for the Cardinals and Dodgers. All right, it is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. 10 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's online at IGotFloored.com, and Michael is passionate about the flooring business. He's been doing it now for more than 3 decades in the St. Louis area, family and locally owned. That's Michael's Flooring online at IGotFloored.com. You can go online at IGotFloored.com, and right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's Passion's Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he's going to get the best installers in the industry, and he's going to give them $7 a square yard. That is incredible compensation for carpet installers. Go to IGotFloored.com if you are interested. They really do have it all at Michael's Flooring. The carpet is awesome, and it is back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Dardenne Prairie, and they are in St. Peter. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit IGotFloored.com.
So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. I love
great
Curtis
stuff.
Blow. This is good stuff.
Oh, come on.
Curtis Blow.
He spells his
care
name
what his
correctly,
name
too.
is.
Because he spells like your name.
I don't trust Kurt's that are with a C.
Is that right?
And I don't trust Jeff's that are Geoffs.
No,
That's a good
Joff.
take.
That looks like Joff to
Doug will
me.
bond with you on that.
Yeah.
It is TMA 101 ESPN. And Doug, my favorite podcast is Scott Van Pelt's. And I woke up this morning and was watching SVP last night. And he had Tyrese Halliburton, who Jackson gave me the under. You went heads up with Stalter on that one. Stalter said he likes the over, and you looked him in the eye and you told him about the
torture chamber.
And what did Halliburton finish with? Like 15? 14?
Yeah.
Well, he had the most important two.
For sure.
And SVP has Halliburton on the set. And Doug, this is how the exchange went.
Okay.
The other night on the show, I put my hand up and I said, look, I was late to the party on it.
Yeah, you're a real one for that.
Well,
yeah, I heard that. You're a real one for that.
Well,
But a lot of your counterparts won't admit that now.
Well,
so
okay, now I'm going to give myself a little wiggle room here and say you guys are under 500 at Christmas. Am I right?
Yo, we were rough.
Okay,
we were rough.
So were you bad at the start?
We were.
Okay, so all I said is I was a little late to the party, but I put my hand up.
We were late to the party too.
Okay, well then I'm going to be. I'll be a real one right now. Every single note I had on this card, getting ready for this show, was about Oklahoma City winning this game, and I'm sitting here with you. It's an amazing show that you all are putting on, and the belief is amazing to watch as well. I appreciate you taking the time. Thanks so much. Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay,
there's a little ruckus there after that one.
Jumper, they were happy with it.
That was a yam.
Doug, Tyrese said to SVP, "You're a real one for that." You ever be called a real one?
Doug, you're a real one.
Yeah, I think he is. He's folksy.
You're just a genuine person, authentic.
You're acknowledging. You're not sitting there smiling while going, a couple nights ago I was saying there's no chance for the Pacers. And then here they are again. They did it against the Bucks. They did it against the Cavs. They did it against the Knicks. Now they're doing it at OKC.
Keep telling them I'm down.
They're minus 700.
Yeah.
The Thunder minus 700 to win the series.
The Pacers have never won the NBA title, right?
No. Last time they were there was 2000.
Against the Lake Show.
Against the Lakers, yeah. And who's coaching them? Larry Bird. Rick Carlisle on the bench.
Larry Bird was their head coach in 2000.
Pretty sure I heard that on the broadcast last night. And I don't think Mike Breen would steer me in the wrong direction.
No. This audio sucks.
It was Larry Bird.
Nobody cares about basketball. That's from Big Tough.
Oh, well.
After I played that sea shanty for you, that's how you do me?
Well, that's right. You played the sea shanty for Big Tough.
Big Tough, not a real one.
Wow.
Right. Well, I requested people be gentle, and I don't think I've...
Uniform Jack, are you taking questions?
Always. Yeah, I actually quickly have a take on that. Yeah.
I know they won't wear them, but thoughts on these indie...
Our city, was the version of City Connect. Don't mind them. What I do mind is the Royals hat the last couple games. Holy mackerel.
I love the whole Royals get up, I got to be honest with you.
You like that hat with the three different colors on it?
I like the tri-panel, baby. I did.
I think their KC all-blue hat is gorgeous. Obviously, you wouldn't wear that with the powder blue, but I just think you go powder blue the whole way.
Doug, your thoughts on the Royals uniforms?
You're a real one, remember.
I'm okay with whatever the Royals wear. It seems like they should have powder blue in there somewhere. Because occasionally you see them in a dark blue,
right?
And that's wrong.
And ode to George Brett.
It needs to be royal blue, hence the name.
Yeah.
My name is Bill, and I'd like to say Tim's the best-looking one on TMA. That's from the 314.
People are spitting bars.
Great music. Wonderful. Really sophisticated.
I think I agree with you. It's kind of NPR. All right, we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Well, your Redbirds are back in action tonight, taking on the LA Dodgers following the split of the twin bill yesterday with the Royals. Cardinals take on the Dodgers tonight at 7:15 p.m. with Sonny Gray toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was our Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom claimed that she sent in a video for the Real Housewives of TMA audition, and I am in the Morning After at InsideSTL.com email inbox, and I do not see it.
Oh, no.
Jackson, I know, has perused it. He didn't see it. Chairman Kirk.
So we have no candidates yet, right?
What makes you say that?
Well, because none have sent in a video or expressed an interest.
Well, Sharon and Clade said if we do pay $2.5 million, she is going to do it.
I can understand that.
And so we're doing that $10 million seed round that Jackson's leading.
Here's what we do.
All we need.
We do the Ohtani method. We just say it's deferred. We'll get this money in 2044.
Okay.
Yeah, it's deferred, Sharon.
Let our descendants figure it out.
Somebody.
Because we won't be around, some of us, when it's time to pay up.
I dare you to come collect in, 2040.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I hate the texters to this show. I really do. All these, quote, women saying they want to come on the Real Housewives of TMA. Listen, Sharon, Karen, and Kaylee Marie, like you're really going to put yourself out there for $0 so that people named Big Tuft, Bill Reloaded, and Percy Blumpkin can take anonymous shots at your physical appearance, alcohol addiction, and pharmaceutical dependencies? See, I need the Valiance and Red Bull to get me up in the morning so I can get Braden, Jaden, and Alfredo out the door. There's a name, Alfredo?
Sounds like a bad pasta.
Out the door to Immaculata on time, and I need the Franzi and Benzos at night to hit the sex quota that's written into my lavender marriage prenup. Marriage prenups are written in lavender?
I don't know.
A lavender marriage is kind of like the opposite of a beard situation.
Which would be what?
Like traditional marriage? Like what?
I can't believe I've never heard that. Like all three of us have never heard it, and Chairman Kurt's going to school us.
I think it's when a gay gentleman marries a woman just like for show. It's not a true.
Is that right?
I think that's what a lavender marriage is. I saw a TikTok about it.
But the fact that you're wearing lavender today,
it's unrelated.
Completely
Doug.
unrelated. Okay.
You were on that.
All right.
Then you got the Don't Talk NBA textures. Shut the F up already!
Oh.
Just because you fly the Dixie flag over your Busch Light dedicated garage fridge in Cottleville. And in your bio, you have the Morning Drive Sports Show on the only local sports station. Can't talk about Game 1 of the championship series and the second most popular sports in this country. Jackson, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, my bot's working well.
And Henshin, give it up already. Perk is gone and she ain't coming back. Despite what Martin said on the TKO conversation last night, girls in their 20s don't like when radio hosts waterboard their eyes with Speedo pics from 1978. Oof. That's from Don't Think, Just Twink. Who took Wet Pink, Doug? That's who just texted in.
Who took Wet Pink?
Good morning. About 24 hours ago, you guys were talking about Miller Park in Milwaukee. As cute and full-tufted as he is, Jackson's take was poor. I lived in Milwaukee for 7 years before coming home to less economic opportunity and can confirm that Miller Park is an excellent game day experience. What's better, you ask? Food, beer selection, controlled climate, giant slide in left field, the singing of beer barrel polka, and a massive on-site parking lot with lots of tailgaters. Oh, and I forgot to mention that their stadium isn't surrounded by a village. They have a real thriving downtown with unique neighborhoods to go to after the game and hang out and without fear of being stabbed or run over by drag racers. It's almost like Milwaukee is a smaller market but doing a lot better. I think if they were paid $500 million, they could at least remember the ATM code to access the account balance. That's from Danny Tanner, former Milwaukeean? Is that what it is, Milwaukeean?
I guess so. Danny Tanner, former Milwaukeean.
Hi, hunks. Another great week of shows. I told my family last week that Tim would be off this week. Sunday night, we blew out the candle and prepared for a week of silence. At 7:05 Monday morning, I turned on the dial just to show my kids what it was like without Tim. to tell them, don't take Tim for granted. Appreciate the greatness while you've got it. And much to my surprise, I heard Tim. My kids' eyes got big and they jumped up with joy. My wife ran in from sobbing in the other room once she heard his voice. Her week-long mourning period was cut short. All week from 7 to 11, we've been huddled as a family around the radio, just giddy with excitement. This is so much more than a simple radio show. This is a learning experience. Where else can my kids learn about the sperm fertilizing the egg by a guy who's on crystal meth? Sometimes you don't know what you've got till you think it's going to be gone for a week. Have a great weekend, everyone. That's from MD 2020.
MD 2020.
If your housewife show doesn't get picked up, I've been shopping an idea around town you might like. It's a show about a radio show that airs on a station nobody can find, watched by men no one remembers, listened to on an app no one monitors, and commented on by people no one asked. That's right, the real commenters of YouTube follows a portly cast of fully grown, soft-palmed suburban men, mostly stay-at-home dads with Bluetooth headsets and open-toed shoes who wake up early each morning to log in, not to their work email or parenthood, but a YouTube comment section. They meet at this digital bus stop each and every morning for 4 long hours to high-five one another when Doug's and Kisses 590 gets his comment hearted by the 24-year-old executive vice president of production.
Damn straight.
They spiral when their emails and texts aren't read aloud by a host who's been actively and openly trying to leave St. Louis in the industry for 15 years. And when they get blocked, they don't get the point. They get even. These optimistic foot soldiers find yet another dark corner of the internet to share things like Cards by 90 after a 7-2 midseason loss and sincerely debate the famous app poll from 2022, genuinely asking if winning a lottery to host the NAIA tournament carries the same cultural weight as the 1904 World's Fair. Set in a St. Louis where the airport closes its doors on the weekends earlier than its restaurants, the real commenters of YouTube captures the slow decay of male purpose, streamed on Roku, cloaked in expensive podcast merch, and unraveling in real time. Tagline, they're not bots, they're worse, they're emotionally invested. Thanks, and let us know if you're interested. That's from the Good or Bad Street Team.
Wow. Good or Bad Street Team.
And finally, I know about trashing someone on social media only for it to backfire horribly. And it's great. How's check notes? No, we won't touch that one. Or that one, and we'll give Tony a pass because he deleted his post after it flopped harder than a Dan Jansen phone call. Okay, let's go with the guy who said Jackson is awful 90% of the time. How's Joshua K? We going to bring that back? How about that whole deal? Let this be a teaching moment for everyone. The next time you find yourself taking time from your day to compose a social media post in order to trash someone publicly, pause for a beat, log off your device, go touch some grass, and get on with your day without showing your ass on social media. I will say it seems like the best way to boost your approval rating on the fan page is to create a burner and or activate a nesting body and trash yourself. We roast Libby Jack in email of the day because he's the easiest target now that Iggy's not around anymore, setting his shoes on fire and humble bragging about all the relatives he's hooked up with. But we love Libby Jack in part because he cares so much about producing the show. Sure, his gambling picks are terrible because he's emotionally biased towards the teams he likes and just learned this week that D-Day was today, June 6th. But we've seen what happens when the producers of the show are checked out and or too lazy to do their job, and I appreciate Jackie Papers for his audio cuts, his terrible math skills, the pride he puts into his work, and especially how frustrated he gets when things go off the rails. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast, and I think that was a compliment.
Yeah,
I think that was a compliment.
I'll take what I can get.
Wow, Buck Swope, off-brand.
I'm still going to vote for the Good or Bad Street Team.
Yeah, I think it was Street Team.
Street Team.
Street Team, goodorbad.com. Street Team has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Doug, tell us about Callion Thompson.
Well, if you're wondering what to do this weekend and you're also in the business to update your house a little bit, maybe redo the kitchen or master bathroom, you ought to head out to Callier & Thompson. Check out their showroom on Manchester out there in Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. They got a wonderful displays out there for you to get some great ideas. Been in business since the 1950s. These are contractors that you can trust with your home. check out their the long list of 5-star reviews and the testimonials. Why, here's one right now from Deanna. She says, nothing was too hard or too complicated for the crew, and they treated my property with respect. If you're in the market to upgrade your home, I encourage you to choose Collier & Thompson for all of your remodeling work. Be sure to ask for Christine, the designer. You will not be disappointed. No, you will not be disappointed if you let Collier & Thompson spruce up your home. That's Collier & Thompson. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
BK and Ferrari up next. We got to go. Have a great weekend. Bye.